Man, it has been a while since we've played Dark Heresy, and we left it in a really weird spot where I think we were kind of near the end, but we hadn't actually finished it. So we're going to finish it. Hope everyone's doing alright. I don't really remember. Try that again. I don't really remember exactly what it is we were left with, or where we left off. So this will give you a fun reminder for everybody. Myself included. Let's roll. Let's see what we got. I remember actually, hold up, I think we finished with the Crute. Did we? Ah, it comes flooding back to me. Especially when I start reading this. Right, we... yeah, we did, didn't we? We saved the Crute. I finally managed to get past this tree after much trial and error. Got there eventually in the end. Then we befriended both of the Shapers. We're not sure which of the two Shapers it was that killed the Inquisitorial agent. We know that there's a ritual they were trying to do, and we helped them do it. We found out that they were going to do a ritual. We kind of messed with it to sort of manipulate events in a way such that the Crute now work for the Inquisition, I think, is how that resolved. And I think we also had to go around. Right, I now have to help the Baron find Dercus. But we know what Dercus is because we found him in the first stream and then we didn't keep him alive. But now we have 2 extra party members, so that should be easier to do. Especially because, aren't you like a sniper, Rakti? You are, I think? You have a tearing rifle. Your character is what we want. Archetype, precise attack specialist. Yeah, your thing is wreck face at a distance. And you also have a bird, don't you? Yeah, the little raven by here actually is like, wow, we're actually kind of close to leveling up again, I guess. Single attack. You get to move after you shoot. Because tear... automatically hits dealing perception bonus. Okay. That doesn't... affect ally is attacked. The attacker suffers you tear. Yeah, I got nothing. Precise aim. Extra AP, but inflict exploit on a target for the attack roll. And exploit is going to be what gives you the bonus damage. Okay, so yeah, you're the sniper. Go deal with this thing, murder it, and also send in the bird. Got it. Got it. Covering's flesh. Enemy or enemy corpse. If the target's dead, all allies get a plus stackable. Oh, interesting. Bonus to hit and damage. And extra defense. And we can use Yuka's Tear twice on a target. Because we use it. And then for another round, if they get attacked, they get hit again. That's pretty good. Okay. We also found that there's something to do with this. I think we need a prayer. Was the deal with this? Yeah, we can put the withered finger into the hole. Yeah, I need to find a prayer. We know I think a few people who can. There we go. Let's hit backspace properly this time. A few people who speak in prayers. The Sister of Battle, the, what was her name? Fish? Regardless. The Sister of Battle isn't called Fish, but there is a character called, like, Fish, or something like it. She, I think, told us a prayer before. We can probably talk to her about things as well. In terms of the investigation, we still don't know what we're doing with the divers. We still have no concrete evidence on the Maris Portum Sectoris. Which, maybe we need to make a decision on that one, maybe we don't. Drowned workers... I think we need Dercus alive. Get that going anywhere. Right, we also have to make a decision on the... who killed the agent, and who did we go with? I don't think I've actually made a final report for it. Who are my options? The agent used the flesh heap as influence to conduct an experiment. That's something that I believe was the case. The flesh heap killed him. The Baron didn't do it. The clan didn't do it. Wasn't the solitary crew. It's between the War Shaper and the Flesh Shaper. And I think it all stems to who was injured. Where is the... oh, the body in the mire. We have a little bit of information there. Where did that revelation become? Look at this little spider web, is a little bit confusing, but we'll get there. We'll figure this out faster, hopefully. The agent mission did this. This is also pretty good because I can quickly read through this and remind myself of different things we figured out and different solutions. Yes, we know the War Shaper was definitely in the swamp. We think, though, it's one of these two is definitely wounded. I think it's the War Shaper is the one we're leaning towards. The Flesh Shaper is the one that we're friends with. So, yeah, we can probably implicate him and it doesn't really matter. I know we can't go back and talk to them. I remember that much. So we won't. Let's dip out of here. There we go. I want to go to Lower Town. I think there's been a few updates since the last time we played, but I think they're mainly to fix game-breaking bugs rather than rebalance anything. Dercus, I remember, is down here. The fish person is over here. Rotten Fish, that's their name. Do you have anything for me, Rotten Fish? And then I think we also still need to do the quest for Laarthyr. I think we found one of his places, but not the others. I have some questions. Do here... nope, that's not it. That's not it. That's all for now. I've actually wrong same dialogue again. Oh. I must have accidentally told her about the... whoops. That's right, I'm trying not to reveal that I'm an inquisitorial agent. Cass! Congratulations on first. Give you a quick shout out while we load back into this. So you're playing a few different things earlier. I think you ended with Slay the Spy. I think you started on Grand Theft Auto Online. you were having fun. I was spending most of my time getting all of the YouTube things figured out for this week. And wrestling with the end card conundrum. It's as fun as that one is. Where apparently I cannot search my own playlists in the YouTube Studio Editor, where I can look up all my own videos. Get to talk to the woman. There we go. Tell me about this place. Tell me about the Marisportum. Nothing. Fessa, nothing. Baron, nothing. Swamp, nothing. Oh, but now Laarthyr pipes up. Okay. And also, Cass, congratulations on the 80 stream streak. Big numbers. Cass says they were a bit late with the first, they know. But yeah, the GTA grind actually almost put them to sleep, so they switched to Slay the Spire. I only saw, like, as a bits and pieces of the Slay the Spire bit. I was more there for the GTA, because by the Slay the Spire bit, I was still knee-deep in fighting with YouTube over the fact that apparently I cannot search my own playlists in my own YouTube studio for my own videos. Wild. Absolutely insane and unhinged. I can search everyone else's playlists, I can't find mine. Unless I've added to that playlist recently and then it suddenly appears at the top of the list. It's really annoying. I was going to go back and do all the end cards for everything else. But I can't find some of them, so I'm just like, you know what? I'll update the end cards for playlists that are relevant, and we'll wait until YouTube figure out how to make a search function that works. Even though YouTube Studio already has search functions that work, so it surprises me that there's one that doesn't. Boy, I could go on a fun little rant about that. Talk about the hub zone. Yeah, there's nothing here. I mentioned that we still have the Songs of the Depths, that's it. Find a place of life, find a place imbued with emanations. They're interested in the Scintilla's energy systems. Mass congregation of life. I have a funny feeling that we may have actually locked ourselves out of being able to do that quest, because I remember I think we need to go up in order to for me to sort of point at the point. There was an area we got into, and then I managed to talk my way into getting banned from it, because I'm a genius like that. And that has led to, I think, a little bit of an issue where I can't go there for other things. But, you know, that's the fun of doing things blind, is that things will happen, and I'll find footprints on the floor. Change squad, but there's... Oh, I guess there's the doctor that I could maybe... Huh, okay. There's no sort of emanation up here. Are you important? You're not important enough for me to actually have a conversation. It's okay. Is this... No, we would have ran through here earlier with Laarthyr. I mean, I guess we can climb up here, but I didn't exactly want to. I think we might just have to bite the bullet and go get Dercus. Although I do kind of want to talk to the Sister of Battle, and then I do want to talk to the Inquisitor again. Okay, yeah, Laarthyr doesn't want to speak to her because, understandable. The Ogren's still missing. This is Rakti, and she is with me. Did I really give the creature a name? Rakti, I'd advise you maybe keep your mouth shut. Oh, of course you would know maybe something about Saint Sibelius. I found this in the Maris Portum. Consult with the deaconess. Okay, what about a prayer? She actually hands us a psalm. That's even easier. I just need to memorize this. Well, I guess we don't need to memorize it. We can pull it up when we get there. I will not trouble you any further. Deaconess. Right, it's tab in this game. It's not alt. This isn't The Witcher. Deaconess, do you know this finger? The Fortune region is sown to mark with the flesh with such holy symbols. In doing so, they grew closer to the God Emperor and transformed the flesh into the keys to reliquaries and secret vaults. So this is the tomb of Saint Sibelius. Thank you. Thank you very much. Isolus M88. Dialogue by that either. Right, let's go talk to the actual Inquisitor then. Now that we've, you know, upset... It's a bit of an understatement. Now that we've upset the Sister of Battle. Do you have anything? Nope. There may be a few other things we can find out over here. Again, we basically spent the entirety of the last time we played this just slamming my head against the wall until it broke with regards to... Okay, that's just the cutscene that shows the drill, right? Yep, that's an excavation drill. Tree is spherical in shape. You guys don't have anything to say, do you? No. Nothing there. Millicentilia. Interesting that Scraig has mentioned the Outcast before. I will lose... Yeah, I'll give you the crates of Isoline. And then I'm going to discuss the search for the agent. Okay, I don't know if I got this because of this, or if because I've just picked, hey look, about your agent that's gone missing. Oh, but I can bring up the broken injector. You knew about the Xenochem from the start and you did nothing? Good to know for serving as good mercenaries. Speaking of which, I've got you a contract. I hope you appreciate it. Please do put them to good use. Where should I look for Scraig? And who cares? Found your agent or his remains? Not just... I mean, we do kind of want to name the killer, but I want to hold off until the 0 hour. What do you know about this broken injector? Good Jessam. Or something else. Discuss the missing expedition. What are you trying to dig up? Collects is home to many ancient civilizations. The traces supposedly still like the Tyrant Star. Why not hire a new team? So we've established why the previous one disappeared and not be risking anything. How will I recognize the workers? Image of a set of symbols. See, this is where my patchy way of running around and doing things has probably bit me in the ass, because I have information now that I probably would have loved to have when we did this last time. I don't think there's anything further down that we can really mess with. we can have a look. We're here for either until we finish this or until we don't. I realize that's a very binary way to look at it, but we are. Basically, either we finish this surprisingly quick, or we finish it in a normal time span, or we don't. It hits the end of the stream, and we do this again whenever I'm free to do it. I know I keep saying this as a bit of a running joke at this point. I'm hoping to be able to stream again tomorrow to finish this off, if we haven't finished it today. Right, you got teleported. Now, while I have managed to avoid, I think, most of the spoilers since we managed to play it last, there is one thing I have been spoiled on, which is, well, I say spoiled on, I know the framework of it, but I don't know the specifics. Laarthyr's final location is apparently the toughest fight in the game, to the point where Owlcat, when they've been doing their little survey and then putting out the survey answers, has said that, like, most people have said that Laarthyr's fight is the hardest one in the game. And now I'm curious as to when and where that fight is, considering how much I'm not a massive fan of how combat works in this game. We've done Lower Town. Let's go. That's right. Let's go to Upper Town. Because I still can't get access to the... I can't re-enter the church because I've thoroughly upset the confessor guy, haven't I? Yeah, hold up. I might be able to get in. Might still be able to get in. What other quests have I got? Rebuild Marisportum's emergency generator. I assume Decide the Clan's fate isn't done until I actually hand this in with the conclusion. But this one was done. We have an unauthorized pact. Pretty sure we have an unauthorized pact. We do. We have the mercenary pact. %5 chance for more income melee. Or we can go full glass cannon. Ah, okay. Has the toughness to suffer from bleeding. This has an extra bit of range. Disheartened? Morale cannot be increased. The other one does more damage. It's only one shot difference. And Dreadful means it does more damage anyway. And we also get the bleed. Yeah, okay, I see why I've done what I've done. Fine. the runaway, but I don't think we can really talk to them much anymore. You I can talk to... I think I might actually need to start flashing the sigil to get some better answers here. We haven't decided what we're going to do with him. Oh no, his legs are injured. Heal your legs. You. Oh, hold up. No, I can go into the refuge. I thought I was blocked from it. Oh, is it that I can get in there because of Laarthyr? That might be it. Veil is thinnest somewhere close. Why? Small creature must find some place where the veil is thinning. Can't you do it right here? No. Alright, won't be easy to get in. I'll figure out how to get in. So, either he wants me exactly here. I should probably save. He either wants me here, or say he wants me inside the refuge building. I don't know which. Oh, it's right here. Oh, this is... Okay, Beauty Emanations makes sense because we've got the power generator here. And I guess that's about it. What's wrong with your hands? And what's the song about? Honesty reflected in the confines of one's own awareness. What do you mean you can't explain it better? Because my language is too primitive. Okay. We'll see how primitive it is when I bash your skull through the actually, that's kind of primitive. That's basically the start of 2001 AD. Have you noticed your explanations can be very condescending? Move on. Okay, we have one other place to be. Which... a place full of life with a mass congregation, and you said you wanted to get into here. Let's dance. I could have to look at the archive, because I could have sworn that I was not allowed into the Flock's Refuge. And I swear we've been past there many times. Okay, if there's anywhere else I'm going to save, it's going to be right here too. As I say, the last time we came in here, yeah, that's my fault. Yeah, okay. I came in here, I basically spoke with Ursimus. Oh, right, not Decimus, Ursimus. And I tried not to push any sort of thing, but I think I said one thing slightly wrong. And he was like, "You're not a member of this congregation! You're just here for strange reasons!" And then banned us, which is pretty standard for when you're dealing with the Inquisition. Highly unorthodox. Well, actually, I think the whole of the cult is highly unorthodox, let's be honest. Right, we will slit their throats. I don't exactly remember the intricacies of how this cult works. But I know it's something along the lines of, if you flagellate yourselves and inflict pain, you will receive absolution. And that Decimus apparently has been going around forcing absolution onto other people. I don't remember the specifics of what it is he's been doing, but I do remember that trying to get him to Sister Septima when we first stream resulted in a fight where he got killed. And then this happened because I kept pushing a button up here, and they go, "Ah, it's time to hit myself," and they hit themselves into what I'm best describing here as, nope, the word has escaped my brain, but they're all just on the floor spasming. Just realized this isn't... So you're telling me this congregation here isn't actually what you need? Then do you need the Baron's place? Because that's the only place with, what was the word here? Refers to a place of mass congregation of life forms. Recording a likely danger to the functional capabilities of numerous servants of the Emperor. Wait. So that could be here, but that also could be somewhere else entirely. Push your flesh to the limits so the pain may feel reborn as own delight. Yeah. They're, ecstatic. Being everywhere inside of here. Can I talk to Erasimus? Or is he going to complain again? Right, you won't speak to me again. That that might be it. Which means if I did find anything I could ask you about, you have nothing to say. Because you just won't open the dialogue. Again, downside of, I think, coming here so soon. Well, if Laarthyr doesn't need to come here, then we don't care. Go straight to the Baron's den in case that is somehow where we need to be. And then that leaves, if it's not here, the only place left would be we start making conclusions. I'll double check with the Kroot before we move on, but we'll start making conclusions, handing in reports, and going into the crypt, because now we can go into the crypt. Okay, doesn't want anything over here. Ah, okay. Okay, door. We could blow that safe open. Trap over there. Oh. Back of that. Some sort of blocked door over here, and I don't know what it would be stopping. So if we want to do anything here combat-wise, I'm going to have to take out the Baron. That's fine, that's what I would expect. I want to talk to the Baron, and then I do want to see what's behind that door. I want to know what's there. What are you guarding? Tell me. Of course not, that'll be too easy. To the heavy... Are they heavy bolter or regular bolter? These other regular bolter turrets are pretty lit. You have nothing else to tell me. That will do for now. And you just want me to do something for a generator? Right? You want me to go to the swamps? Okay. Fine. Oh, I need to go back there anyway to double check that I've done everything with the recruit. If I don't mind. There's loot back there. Of course there's loot back there. Why wouldn't there be? Hidden behind the very protected door. Let's go to the brown marsh. Yes. That's the one I need. So we ended in a really weird place where I think I was in a spot to actually finish this alpha, but we just didn't, because then everything else started and ended and started and ended in a lovely cycle of time. Can I talk to this here? Allegedly I can talk to the mechanical tree. I spoke with the Baron, the leader of the local settlement. He claims as soon as the Omnissiah have been appropriating resources. I do not demand you give all retrieve mechanism back, only those help restore the generating the life support. Oh, I can whip out the diplomacy. First, if I want to use server sentinels at the excavation site, now you're obstructing my investigation. Inquisitor Zerb will continue to show favor to the priesthood after the Adeptus Mechanicus for this? How did I fail a 90%? Because I rolled a 99. Well, how about, I intimidate you for it. Wits. Yeah, I'm gonna save scum this. We're near the end enough that I just want to see what the options are more than like an actual dedicated playthrough. I guess this is still a dedicated playthrough, but like, we're near enough to the end. I've clearly missed some things. This is something where 90% I should have still got it, even with the other rolls after that. And also, if we just take it as no and then leave, then this is going to end up being very short, isn't it? Because the only thing that I have left after this is talk to the Crute again, and then go into a crypt. So in the interests of seeing more, I guess actually we could say do it as a favor for us as a guarantee, but I'd rather we didn't. Let's not make favors on other people's behalf. I don't demand it. Go. Now shows the basic repair compromises such a small percentage. Restore the emergency generator in the Maris Portum. Proper function of the mechanism, integration of the parts with the sacred execution of the protocol. I have a few questions. Oh, that's enough. Drainage main located near the Hab Zone's gateway. Okay, I think I know where we're going for that one. Now I need to go see the Crute. Oh, are they still glowing because the debuffs are still applied on them? Yeah, apparently I've disarmed you permanently. What about you? You're immobilized permanently. I'm sure the Adeptus Mechanicus have no issue with me doing that to them. They can repair them. They'll be fine. They'll be brand new. I guess this should sort of segue into the Mechanicus game. I'll elaborate more in a second. So, I know we're playing a bunch of XCOM likes, however, I don't like Mechanicus. Which is probably a strange thing for me to say, but the reason is that when I did try to play through it blind, we cleared a tomb and almost cleared a second tomb. But I'm pretty sure the war gear it gives you is RNG based, and we were given absolute trash. Started out okay, but then we were given absolute trash, and it was like, well, how am I supposed to be dealing with all these enemies that keep getting added in with all the everything else if you keep giving me weapons that don't help me in any way, shape, or form fight these things? Excuse me? And I just gave it up. I gave it in. Apparently, owning the DLC slash expansion slash whatever you want to call it, I'm going to stick with DLC, that can make things a little bit easier, but also the class it adds is completely unbalanced. So, that's basically fixing a problem with a giant nuke. I'd rather we didn't do that. Can I actually talk to Laarthyr? I think we tried before, but we didn't get anywhere with it. Cass says Mechanicus RNG really guns it for you. I like... The builds were fine, and then it just wasn't giving me anything to work with at all when we were hitting the second tomb. And it just became a frustrating grind constantly, because it's like, well, how am I supposed to make progress? How am I supposed to fight the third tomb? I mean, you don't have to do them in a set order, but I basically had full cleared one tomb, and then kind of cleared, I think, 2 others. And then we had the option of fighting a destroyer, I think. Destroyer Lord. And it was just... I can only do oh so much with what you give me, game. And it just went nowhere. It looks like we can't do anything there, but we do need to head back to Lower Town. The game audio cutting out is a bit worrying. Okay, we're fine. So I don't think we'll play Mechanicus, but we probably will play Battle Sector, depending on how free I am across the board. Why do they all insist on going over here? Why? No idea, couldn't tell you. The emergency generator, I don't think it's this one here. That's very Eldar in design. Yeah, I think the generator I need is over here. No, this is a different gate. I'm a member of the Inquisition. What's the reason for the elevated threat level? Is there any other way? Who can authorize the exit? Either Millicentilia or Septima. Okay. If the generator thing isn't here, then it's got to be further up. Looks like I might need to rope across. And Ah. Oh boy. 60% tech use. Yeah, I'm gonna save scum this too. Access denied. Question. What happens if you pass that tech use? I love it when a game doesn't have F9 as default to quick load. Why have we strayed away from that amazing design decision made all the way back in, like, 1995? Why is quick load F8? Sadistic. Absolutely sadistic. I know that the whole thing with control or C is crouch that is interchangeable. That's absolutely fine. Why is F9 not consistently the same thing? Do we get anything different if we pass? Or is it just 10 experience? Oh, it actually works at a higher capacity. Cool. Although I do need to fix his legs again. Hello. Unbreak your legs. Thank you. So this should let the Baron like me more. Maybe this will get me some more information. Maybe this will get me into that door that's being protected. Hmm? The only way to find out is to do it, right? And then I guess we're going to send off a report and go from there. It did as you wanted. The generator's working. Take a look at what you have in the warehouse. Good work deserves payment. If you have any other questions, ask away. Did you know the whereabouts? Did you get looted? People are disappearing. You're responsible. That will do. Is this the warehouse? Yes. Okay. What's this? Basically money, but there's a safe. Terror from the Deep has broken me. I'm absolutely going to save scum this one too. Never mind. Universal long las. Nope, it's the weapon on the left. Deadly Needler Rifle. Precise attacks have the hit chance reduced by 20% but deal 4 times ballistic skill bonus more damage. Okay, what about this? Whenever they deal vital damage, they gain movement. Okay. Oh, specifically for Kroot too. Hold up. Yeah, I don't like it that much. We didn't get much more information out of it either. I think it's time to wrap up some reports. So we need to go talk to Millicent Tilia. And then I think we're going into the crypt. So the first thing we need to do is on the trail. I think we've decided that it's going to be the Warshaper. Oh, you get to do the sign, seal, and everything. And then you have to personally report. Killed by a recruit, not entirely unexpected. Do we have anything to add? Now I can bring up the military pact. Who could have thought we would have succeeded where Scrag failed? Frame strands is resolved. Carry on the search I tasked you with. Do you remember why you're here, don't you? Just out of curiosity, if I tell you about this, you probably say, no, keep him. Oh. Box in the Dark is done. This probably doesn't resolve here. We still need to... Yeah, see, I've still got like 3 things over here that like don't tie up. I think we need to do the Dercus bit to resolve that. That's the only loose bit of information. Oh, we've leveled up. That's the only loose bit of information that we haven't finished is Dercus. So what we'll do is we'll head to Lower Town, run over near Dercus, then we'll do the level up. Because I can see that we're getting relatively close to when the ad warning appears, so we're just going to sort of fill that time by leveling up. And then we're going to see if we can keep Dercus alive. I'm going to do 2 attempts at it to succeed, and then on the 3rd attempt... well, actually, we'll do it. Keep it to the 2. If I don't do it the first time, we try again. If we don't do it the second time, we stick with him being dead. If Septima really wanted him back, then she should have sent probably someone a bit more competent than me. Because he's like down here. Oh, Dercus. Give me... There's the ad warning. Okay. Get new talent. Grant an ally an extra turn. 2 movement each turn against morale at the start of each turn. The first non-attacking ability is reduced by -1 AP. If an ally under the effect of the officer's ability kills an enemy for the first time on their turn, the officer gains +1 morale. I need to see what your abilities are. Grants an ally an extra 2 AP. Cannot be used in the same turn as get back in the fight. Target's ally damage is increased by 7 minus target's morale. Get back in the fight. Remove all status effects and restore their ally to 0 if negative. Cannot attack. Damage dealt by an ally. I think we go for the free ability one. Yeah, the first ability could be free, which would mean we could do a lot more with him. Upgrade to the combat abilities, okay. Each ally adjacent to the target enemy on their next turn deals bonus damage, as opposed to... Oh, so we pick an enemy rather than picking an ally. Or we can use it twice. And we also improve the amount of damage they do per enemy in the influence. What about bring it down? We just generate 2 morale. At the end of the turn, gain 1 morale for each enemy killed on that turn. So either we generate morale on us, or we generate morale on them. Remove all status effects of target ally, restores morale to 0 if negative. Gains 2 AP and MP, ignores zone of control, do not suffer damage or trigger attacks of opportunity, move through enemies and do not expend combat points during this turn. Ignore all critical effect, has the morale 0. I don't know if this is removing the thing of they can't attack, or if this is just... This one makes them so that they can move more. But I don't know if that means they can also attack, but presumably they can't. I think this is probably a better idea, because plus 1 morale for each enemy killed, we could boost that up, and then heroic ability on the officer. You. What have I... We're running you with the Fusilier's lasgun. Oh, okay. Alright, you're reliable on that one. Last shot in a burst deals... apparently no damage. Burst attacks gain a plus 25 fire rate. Every time you hit the same target, deal 5% more damage? What does that scale off of? Okay. And that's area effect. Fire rate for each shot he fires, but his max MP can't be done. You could also ignore the penalties based on your morale. Whenever a penalty is ignored, gain 2 morale. I feel like I need to lean more into the morale than anything else. Like, this isn't updating at all. So I don't know how much this actually adds, but also... We're guaranteed to hit because of the las gun. But at the same time, we stack up locker mode pretty quick. So... And then we ignore the thing. Okay. Rapid fire. Game plus 100%, but each shot is directed toward a target in the cone. Wait, what's the difference? Range burst attacks gain plus 100%, each shot is directed toward a random enemy target. Okay, so it's not just anything that could be hit, it's now specifically enemies. Okay. Much better. Whereas this is, you gain penetration, over penetration specifically, but it still could be anything. Gain defense against melee. Get how influence is figured out. See, influence feels like it's way too close. 2 squares when I'm normally firing things like 6, 7 squares away. No, that's just not good. Run and gun. Burst shots and attacks are performed twice, but deal 25% damage. The attack costs but 1. Enemies pass a willpower test or have the morale reduced by 3. Okay. Again, morale I think is better than just going for lethality. Or attack twice with no penalty. I'm tempted to lean for this one. Or this one. If we were still throwing like insane amounts of shots down range, rapid fire upgrade 1. Because then we'd be always damaging someone in the field, whereas this, we can burst twice, but now we can also reduce morale, which then means we could win through morale victory. I think we're gonna go with this. Sorrow. So many options here that this is going to take a while. Chance of triggering for psychophenomenal powers of the work reduced by 9% for all psychic abilities used. Powers rhymed by the verse unleashed. Okay. Veiled degradations 15 or higher, rhymes unspoken, reapplied to spells that already rhymed. Gain an action point. No. A negative effect or seal on the enemy, the psychic gains a stackable defense. If they're on fire. Nuke everyone nearby. And also do it when you get hit, when you burn or you bleed. See, I can't quite remember how it is we use you, but... I know we like using this one. If we push the degradation of 15 or higher, this would probably be a good idea because we're probably desperate as it is. And then I can sit there and keep on detonating because... Was it Firestorm? No. Blazeweaver. Every burning unit has its burning level increased by 3 plus veil degradation divided by 2, then they suffer an additional sense of burning. We can use that and rhyme it, and if we're really desperate, we can then keep on doing it to burn everything down quicker. And we already rhyme it twice. Sale is... Stacking penalty. I think the penalty scales off Veil Deg. Yes. So we could also maybe go for something assail based. I know I saw something. Oh, if we hit someone with a sail, then someone near them can get assailed as well. No, I think we'll play it really risky and go with Rhymes Unspoken. Then we get this. Mass Assail. So all units are a 3-cell cone. Okay, let's actually start at the top. All-consuming Molten Beam. All targets are a 5x3 with a beam of searing flames dealing damage. All affected must pass agility with the test. All afflicted cells are also ignited. Pretty nice. Before the Mystic uses the next power, Veil Degradation improved by +3, enhancing the effect. The power is guaranteed to trigger second phenomenon Pales of the Warp. Eye of the Storm. Firestorm of Millennia. Each unit in a 2-cell around the target cell suffers 2 times burning. Okay. Can only target burning, so they have to be ignited already. All units from the target's influence suffer willpower bonus plus veil degradation divided by 2 damage and perception. Any burning unit damaged by this explodes and deals the same damage to all units from the target's influence, inflicting... So it deals the damage and then it stacks out the burning as well. Okay. Has its oh god, this is huge. So it goes from everyone burning gets more burn and suffers burn to everyone burning gets more burn and they suffer an additional instance of the burning effect. If the Psyker is burning, they're able to move through enemies. Whenever the burning Psyker uses an ability to enter the turn, adjacent cells are ignited. Whenever a unit starts or ends its turn within the area, it must pass agility or suffer veil degradation levels of burning. I don't like it that much. It's in a 3-cell around the target cell. And we don't affect allies. That's pretty good. Target all units in a 5-cell line with a beam of searing flame. Then a second beam emerges from the target. Hits the nearest thing. Every burning unit has its burning level increased by willpower bonus divided by 2 plus the veil degradation. Then suffers a perception bonus to reflexes. As in perception bonus penalty. And it also slows them down if they're 20 or more. That's pretty nice. What is that ability to begin with? Regular Firestorm? What do you do? Must pass a willpower test. If you fail, you cannot... Nope. Let's read the right thing. 12 damage was passed thing with minus 12, so for 4 levels of burn. Right. There's 2 bonus levels of burn. I think we go with Firestorm with Millennia. Because that's a big AoE nuke. We don't have anything there for morale. I mean, this has taken a while, I know, but we're reading and we're going. So it's a turn with an ally with an influence, gain +2 morale, 32 willpower. That's pretty good. We'll see what else you've got. Within Cog's influence, suffer a minus 15 willpower penalty. Whenever they suffer, they take -1. I mean, we try to run him up to his next enemies anyway. Let's do this. Because that willpower test will help out with Sorrow. What have you got? Oh, right, you have Slash. Straight line with more reach. Whichever attack costs the least AP. The attack does not spend CP. But we improve it, so not only do you move further, you get a strength bonus when you do move. Oh, based on how far you move, okay. 6 Ls. Must pass a strength tenacity test or become staggered. Pretty nice. We get a bit of crowd control. Moves up to Edgy +3. Through allies. Oh, you move through allies and enemies. Okay. Endure is... Or you do damage to legs and you wound them. And you're also doing it... Okay, Endure looks pretty good so far. Because we do this to try and like keep things next to Cog. This will also mean that he deals damage just by existing. You regain durability... You gain more armor durability. Okay. This deals the damage to their head. Which probably is much better than legs. I mean, legs slows them down. Head... I can't remember how good head is, but head is probably what we want to use. What does Slash give us? We use 3 times per turn, but only once per target. We get to use Slash twice in a turn. Edgy bonus survived by 3 times per turn. But yeah, we get to use it twice. That's pretty good, except Cog is pretty big, so it's kind of hard to make use of that. This is you run through to the other side of a target and hit them 3 times. So if we had a thing where you stack based on hits rather than damage, that'd be pretty good. I think it's... I think we're gonna go for the head. I mean, his edgy bonus isn't great if I remember right, but... Yeah. So he's dealing 3... He's dealing 6 damage to the head. I mean, again, he hasn't got anything for morale. Rakti! What have you got for morale? Hitting certain body parts of the precise attack grants the following bonuses. Oh boy, that's probably going to be what we go with you. It's a melee attack. We don't really want you in melee. Group Marshal. Same turn you can use a group after me range attack, melee attack. When target suffering UTC tier has less than levels of bleed plus 10, immediately dies. Oh! That's pretty good. Because we have a gun that inflicts bleed. So we can use this as an execute and it demoralizes at the same time. Which, to me, this would have been better to pick up, I think, to begin with precise attack giving us more morale. This, though... really good. This is good too, stacked up with this. Because doesn't UTC tier also inflict bleed? Yes. So yeah, we can use this like a build-up execution. That's pretty good. Ooh. Anytime an enemy makes resistance test to avoid a critical effect, they suffer a penalty. Same with the exploits. Whenever the operative attacks, target's defense is considered to be lower by the amount of exploits. That's pretty good. The attack also inflicts on enemies. So we get to AoE the exploits. Cost 1 AP, extra things. This adds, if the operative kills the target with precise attack, they inflict exploit stacks on a random enemy within the target influence. This is 1 exploit on all. So either stack it up on 1 or you spread it to all. This is another one where it spreads the stacks. +1 deal +5 times the number of exploit attacks more damage. Increased by... So if they have no armor left, we bonus damage it. So the turn, inflict 1 stack of exploit on all enemies within line of sight and with the... So this one we just generate stacks on everyone if they have no armor and or they have critical effects. I think we go for this one. Defense makes it easier to get the hits though. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with this one. Technically, it's 3 stacks. Laarthyr, you're gonna be a bit of a pain to do because I gotta reread all this. Improve your range. 1 AP if you're more. What have we given you already? Right, guidance persists. Resist critical effects. Ignore negative morale, ignore enemy positive morale. What are your abilities again? Benefits of the Wayseeker's Path and the Wayseeker's Talents. Movement and defense. Perception instead of agility, okay. Bonus damage, bonus hit chance. And this lets you move someone there. Okay. That seems pretty good, because we do use you precise hits, because that's sort of what you're built for. Plus 12% damage and costs 1 AP less. After we use a psychic ability. Improve hit chance or reduce target defense. Deal awareness. This one, because then we can... doesn't say what the... Cal says they just won a run in Slay. Congratulations! Who'd you win it with? Not that I really know any of the characters there, apart from, I think, Silent. Well, so I know that was like sent ages ago because we're still doing the level up. Wow. Imminent lunge. Actually, hold up. Do you have the thing for assail? Take Telekinetic Echo, because unless I see something better here, I'm going to give you Mass Assail. Gain... bonus all single shot attacks. So it goes from vital damage to all damage, but it has to be single shot attacks. Their attacks are 5+ perception bonus to the enemy's defense. I don't quite understand this one. Next melee precise attack can target enemies in a perception bonus cell radius around the character. I don't know if that's free or if it's just like I could just pick one and you just appear there. I think we're gonna go Mass Assail. Okay. Decimus. Cal says they won with Ironclad. I assume that's going to be a warrior type just by the name. Who are you? What are you doing here? How does one identify a servant of the Ecclesiarchy? Giving yourself away. Why didn't you admit it right away? Follow me. I think this is basically the same options we picked before, which is why we're going to skip through, and we're in the fight. This man is under my protection. Actually, hold on, let's discuss this. They heard of our misfortunes, gave us simple weapons. Failed the wit test, that's fine. Right, we can have the brothers on our side. Does Dercus do the interrogation himself or the torture himself? He does. Unfortunately, we have a task. We're going to stick to it. Take Dercus from the mob. Right, except Dercus is right by there, and I remember now. I remember why I hate this. Because he has, like, nothing in terms of durability, and then it just gets, like, mobbed by everyone nearby. Where's the commander? The beggar leader is by there. Cool. Laarthyr gets to go just after that does. Okay. We can move the crane up or down. I don't really remember why we want to be able to do this. Yeah, we need to far surpass the enemy, so we need to build morale and they need to lose it. I want you down here. Actually, do I want you over here instead? So you can get into the fray over here quicker? Because I could have you here and you can body block these two, and that's pretty okay. Because what are they going to do? It's going to be one by... I kind of need to do AoE things. Put you by here. I can move you around as I need to. Laarthyr, I need you... Cover. Haymar. You're fine wherever. Laarthyr is going last, which is a bit of an issue. Laarthyr can stand by here and fight these two. The Acolyte is going last. Jesus. Head over here. Have Sorrow by here. Let's see how this goes. Remember, right, you sort of give people... Yeah, you're an officer, basically. Okay, Laarthyr. Let's see. Yucata brings flesh. I can't throw that onto the officer up there just yet. You know what? We're going to do something really stupid. If we go precise, we can go 29 on the head. Turn that on. Turn that on. Which means all action points are going on this. Boosted to 48. Protected by armor. We need to break their concentration. That's okay. They have bleeding applied? Well, not that I can see. Oh, wait, no. Beggar fighter. Who? Oh, you. Okay. There's a way to check line of sight, but I forget what it is. We'll end the turn there. Took a shot at Cog. Let's see. I would like to move you... Oh, I have lock and load turned on. Nope, we like to turn that on near the end. There we go, I hold control, that's how we do this. Okay, lock and load works, but we can't stack on that. Damage to the soldiers in the influence. Well, I guess it means I could just sort of blitz you down. Where are you in that turn order? Don't know, but you're... Oh, you're near the end. So yeah, don't worry about you. Out of interest. We could go for him. For the rate of fire. Interesting projectiles. But now we're stacking up the rate of fire for you. Speed this up a bit. Alright, Dercus is getting shot at. And hit. Alright, Cog. Go stand. Ooh. I can't get to him, unfortunately. Six damage ahead. Yeah, we can't do this the same time we charge. See, if we could get up here, that'd be great. We'd have to head like here and then next turn jump up here, and then we could just have Cog start bashing that leader in. Oh, we can get up here though. No, we can't. Okay, Broken Spirit. Right, the morale thing. Just cover the... Yeah, you won't be able to move up there just yet. Hit the thing with a hammer. You've been sundered. I don't think I can... Oh, I can. There we go. That actually kind of works out. Yeah, we'll speed this up, because Laarthyr should be able to hopefully do something to someone down there. Actually, we might be able to get him to use guidance to bring... Oh my god. Big boy's having some trouble over there. Yeah, Dercus has no armor left. I need to... we're actually going to Guidance Rack T. Right, there you are. Can I assail? No line of sight, right? That's the issue there. Because I want to assail him to hopefully mess that up over there. And also we need to get... I know I said that I want... fucking... why would I want to... Oh my god. There's a green square by here. That's fine. I know I said we get a body block over here. Sorrow can just nuke that guy because this guy's gone running. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's how we moved. For free. Well, we won't do it now. We will just go with an assail. That's I probably should have read that a bit better. I thought it was you pick a target and we go. Oh well. We can do a Doom as well. And then I'm going to move you again next to Cog. Okay, Sato. Actually, hold up. We could do some... I think we do need to nuke that commander as hard as possible, so... Let's see. That can only target a burning unit. So I need him burning. That's not going to work. Oh, do I not have a ranged burn apart from Alton Beam? Damn. So Master Sail changes it from being I can pick a target to it's now an AoE near. Okay. In that case, we're going to rhyme a sail. Yeah, we're going to rhyme a sail. We could push. Suppress, stagger, that's broke his concentration. Fantastic. And then on his next turn, he does it again. Willpower to fail. Not close enough. Still not close enough. Hit him. Thank you. Give Laarthyr another turn. Because we can use this to move you if I need to. You can't do a precise shot at the moment because of everything we got stacked up on you. That's fine. Could do one now. Out of interest. I'm gonna bird you. And then shoot you. There we go. That is one dead guy. Getting a bit of morale for that one. Unfortunately, shot an ally. Take the shot. Head injured. So on our next turn, Laarthyr, I could just tell her to do full, and we might get a kill. Which would then mean that they all start degrading their morale, and then we hopefully win on morale, and Dercus lives. Because I'm like, how'd you miss with a giant hammer? Okay, you don't mind missing because you're an ally. Don't melt on my own guys, please. Oh good, we have burning. Dercus, you're an idiot. Absolute genuine fool. Okay. Move you a bit closer. Foolishly move you closer again. And then... Oh, you're dead if I just send a bird after you. Hold up. Have a bird. Which makes you free to pick whoever you want as a target. Like this guy over here. Let's see. Torso. Arms. Legs, maybe? %40 chance to just take them out. You know what? That's fine, because every time we miss, at least the bird's going to come in and do something. I like Laarthyr. She seems pretty cool in combat. Now they should all degrade, we just need to thin them out. And the more we thin out that matter... Okay, you would get heroic, wouldn't you? Fantastic. That's the one by there. Kill him. Okay, you didn't quite kill him. Just kind of hoping we would get the kill. Because we need to cut the... How are they getting such good morale as well when their commander's dead? They literally just shot 2-3 allies and then here they are like max morale. Okay, that might help, but it's one of the guys that doesn't matter. Walk to... It doesn't really matter where I get you to walk. And then one more hit. Wait, did they kill Dercus? Oh, that's why. God damn it. I don't see how I'm supposed to be able to keep Dercus alive. They just massacre him. Like, even then, we got the commander pretty early, and it's like, nope. Out goes Dercus. New Dercus. Identify. Giving yourself away. Go to Septima. But at least we were into a pretty good... I think we have actually killed Sarah's ability to ignite people, though. That's going to be a bit of a problem. Discuss this. Continue. Oh, we think Minas Centilia's behind this? Protect him from the mob. Yeah, if Dercus didn't fucking run over here, like, we could actually do something, but because he's here, he just gets shot at, and it's horrific. Turn order here is a little bit better, but also a little bit worse than it was before. The Beggar Leader's still going pretty early in. Sorrow, I need you, like, really far up. In fact, you know what? Oh, look, I can move here, so why didn't Laarthyr move there? We're gonna just try to saturate that with as many targets as possible, so that maybe Dercus doesn't get clowned on. Hamar actually can stay back here because I need him to pick targets back here. But everybody else is... that's as good as we're gonna get. I'm gonna need Cog to escort Dercus, I think. Okay. What I'm wondering is... can I Molten Beam in a way that gets that guy up there? Yes. Okay. So what we're going to do is Molten Beam. And then I'm going to Rhyme Blaze Weaver. No, I'm going to Molten Beam, and then I'm going to Firestorm of Millennia. That's what we're going to do. No, we won't, because it's an offensive power. Never mind. So we're going to Rhyme. Wait, did they not take Burn? Damn. Not quite how I planned it out to be. Yep, I don't really care about Sorrow at this point. He's still alive for now. We need to get that guy off him, so we're going to have Laarthyr move over there and deal with that. Guidance, where's Rockty? There she is. Guidance, we want to then Doom. And then I want to Guiding Light, so then we can both move for free on different turns. Run over next to this guy. And then... can you go for the arms? Yep. Hello, Rockty. Very nice. What are we looking at for you again? Ooh. Drops the concentration. Damage and levels of bleed. Go for the neck? I mean, the hit chance isn't that great, but I'd rather we take out the arms so we disrupt the concentration. There we go. Move over here. Because Dercus is about to run over here like a fool. Yep, shoot the Eldar. Because I don't have control of Dercus, which is the most frustrating thing. Bye, Sorrow. Wake you up in a bit. Okay, scorn the commander. Thank you. And then scorn the commander. Thank you. Rock T, go again. Hmm. 17% chance to hit. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for you. There we go. There's no point moving you again. Actually, there is. Dead. Pretty sure that was because we... Scurry Vengeance brought him low enough that the bleed was low that we killed him and he got in the execution. Fantastic. So they should all be degrading. In theory, because the commander's now dead? I think it's how that works, or is it just the weak people? I don't know. That's a penitent fighter, that's not the right one. When the leader dies, the unit suffers additional -2. Okay, so they will start degrading now. Now we just need to keep killing the people that matter. Such as the one that's next to Hamar. Oh god, I need you to be able to move. Because you're about to blitz Laarthyr. Why has Laarthyr lost a bit of morale? What the fuck? You killed someone. Please don't miss. Oh my god, that's going to be such a bad idea. Let's get you over here. Now you can go. Thank you. Hog? Weirdly, I need you, buddy, over, like, here. I guess, actually, no, I need you... No, over here, because I need you to slow down these guys. Gog. I was manically clicking that until I actually went through. Endure. Thank you. Can't get them both, unfortunately. Let's get the one here, then. I don't think I can... No. But that will do. Yeah, Cog is going to be able to slow them down. Dercus takes the hit because he's a fool. Lost battle. That yeah, the morale is dropping across the field. They just killed one of their own with a shotgun because they took a shot at Cog. Genius move, guys. Ads arrive at about 30 seconds, but I think we've got this one in the bag unless Dercus somehow gets himself thermo-nuked. You fucking... You would. Set the Eldar on fire, of course. Yeah. God, come on, stop dumpstering. Now that I've said it, he's gonna get singled out, isn't he? I gotta kill you somehow. Okay, Laarthyr can use the bird to kill you. That's fine. They need to kill the sniper, I think. God, this is a mess. Give guidance to you. Okay. Doom. If I turn this on, what sort of hit rate we're looking at? Nothing amazing. I won't be able to kill it is basically the problem I have. So we might as well turn that off, use Guiding Light so that everyone, Laarthyr and Hamar, get free moves. See if you can take his legs. Thank you. Now we're building up morale again. Do you have a shot? You do have a shot. The sniper's just going to get Decimus again. Dercus even. I need a med kit so we can patch him up on our turn. That's how we're going to have to do this. Well, now we know had an idea of what we need to do. Again, I'm amazed that everyone's, like, all their morale is still so high. Okay, he's immobilized, but he's not dead. I don't think I can just throw a medkit on now, because we're in combat. Yeah, no. He's not bleeding. He just can't move. Actually, him not being able to move is kind of okay. You know, Wicked Scorn, and then Wicked Scorn. Shattered, what does that do? Close to surrendering. Good. I hit the cover. Damn. We're gonna have a real bad time. Yeah, we need to go for these guys. Oh, Hamer! You're carrying a med kit. They're broken. He just shot one of his allies. Perfect. We actually might get through this. I need you to pound this man. Pound him. I probably should do the endure last, because then the head damage actually does, you know, damage. You missed? Okay, he's critically injured at this point. If you can get to someone... Actually, that's pretty good. You're body blocking that guy for me. Laarthyr, I need you to... Honestly, we've killed basically everyone here. It doesn't matter what you do. But I guess you can come over here. Decapitate that man for me, thank you. Rockty, get some more guidance. Doom. And Guiding Light. And then I'll have you reposition here. I think the morale system over here is like... The counter is still broken because... Like, there's no way I haven't... won. Rockty's executed them. Huge fan of it not showing me any line of sight for this Slumborn sniper by there. 20%. Nothing. Okay. I really do think Laarthyr is probably my favorite character, mechanics-wise. This is where we're going to get a little bit funny. Because she counts as having a melee weapon, so I think if he runs for it, we get an attack of opportunity. Not that it really matters, because there's only one guy left alive. Yeah, well, that works, I guess. No line of sight to that target. Or that one. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? Now I have line of sight to Laarthyr. So yeah, the difficulty there is entirely down to, oh my god, Dercus is fragile and doesn't want to actually live. Ah, medikit. You might as well carry medkits. You already carry one as well. I know I've complained about it before, I'm going to complain about it again, and I do know we're in alpha. Things will be subject to change. The morale system feels like it either needs to matter more or not matter at all. It's this weird, like... The way we won the fight at the Iron Tree was basically kill the commander, and then everything degrades and we get a morale victory there. We killed the commander here on, like, what, the very start of turn 2? And then we ended up just having a normal combat victory anyway. The degradation didn't seem to be anywhere near as good as it should have been. I don't gain morale that easily. I have sort of just also made Sarah worse because I didn't realize that we only really had that to set fire to things. The Firestorm ability to set fire things. Do you have anything good over here? You've got a deadly stub revolver. Bonus damage to negative morale. Yeah, I don't really care about any of this. It's not my favorite system. I appreciate what they're trying to do. I just don't think it's being done amazingly. But again, we're in alpha, things might change. They might go, we've undertuned the way that morale works, we're going to change that. Because what is the point of me going for a morale victory if I also then am basically just winning the fight outright as it is? The only hang-up I have for this whole game is literally the combat just doesn't seem to know what it wants me to do, and thus I don't know what I'm doing in it. Am I trying to kill everybody, or am I trying to build the morale? Does the commander matter? Does the commander not matter? Dercus, I have questions. And I want answers. The third attempt, basically, if we count the one from the first stream. Well, he's alive. Unknown, hello, welcome in. Give you a shout out while Dercus here wastes my time. I mean, that prayer he told me is probably important, but I think what's more important is if we go to the Inquisitorial Journal and go to missing persons, they despise his lust for brutal torture. I thought it was going to mention that Millicentilia has been arming one side of the conflict. But no, it hasn't. The, Septima, tell me things. Oh. He's just going to... He's gonna pull a Witcher and slide over. Oh, good. If I just saved his ass just so you could kill him yourself, I'm not gonna be impressed. Shug, hello as well. I hope everyone's having a good week. Shug asks, how's the Dark Heresy? Is it A, dark, B, heretical? I like a majority of what the game does. I greatly have issues with combat. And I think it's largely down to the fact it's in alpha. I think they're going to fix and polish and refine it, and it'll be less grating in, say, the beta or in full release. But right now, I'll say it, one of the reasons that it took so long to get back to this is I don't like the combat. Because, as I just said after we just saved Dercus, it doesn't seem to know what it wants me to do, and thus I don't know what we're doing. I can try and play it like it's Rogue Trader, I could try and play it like it's anything else, but it itself doesn't seem to know what anything... Whether it wants to lean into you go for morale, and thus you should be trying to get that, or if it wants to lean into, like, what Rogue Trader did, which is just kill everything. It's currently a mess, and it's a shame because I really do like the investigation mechanic and then the regular roleplay things that are in this as well. But again, it's an alpha. Things will change, improve, get refined, and so forth. I know it says, hello, how did STS go in the end? I haven't played STS. Oh, speaking of Cass. They've been out playing cards, just got back. Did you win? Did you have fun with your Pokemon? I think you to play Pokemon on Tuesdays. Shug says, how do I find the combat differs to Rogue Trader? They basically looked at Rogue Trader and went, oops. Or at least this is my read of it from the alpha for Dark Heresy. They looked at Rogue Trader and went, oops, we have given too much power to the player. We need to scale this back, but we also need to make it more fair and balanced. And in doing so, have introduced this morale system, which I think fundamentally doesn't work. The I can't seem to get the morale thing to work, even if I try. The fight we just did, I killed the commander on the very start of turn 2, twice. And then the first time, it didn't matter, because Dercus is an idiot controlled by an idiot. Not me. I'm a different idiot. And so it got itself killed, and then all of the enemy was locked at 10 heroic. It was like, well, there goes the idea of doing that sort of victory. I guess it's regular combat. Reload the save. Go again. Kill the commander on the second turn, and then everyone is supposed to be degrading morale, and it basically didn't matter. At all. So then I was basically doing a regular combat victory. But then with the Iron Tree, I'm sat there trying it like a regular combat for, what was it, like 4 hours collectively across 2 streams? Not working. Go for morale? Kind of works. Provided you kill the commander soon enough and then start stripping the armor off of everything else, so then that gets affected by the morale. And then it works. I really think this morale system is going to make or break whether I enjoy Dark Heresy as much as I liked Rogue Trader, which is a real shame because in pen and paper I prefer Dark Heresy to Rogue Trader, which is why I've played more Dark Heresy pen and paper than Rogue Trader. And as I say, it sucks because the rest of Dark Heresy's alpha so far has been fantastic. The investigation, the running around, solving things, seeing what people say, choosing whether or not I want to reveal myself as part of the Inquisition or not to different people. That's all been fantastic. It is literally, this combat system is just, it doesn't seem to gel in any way, and I'm really hoping it's one of those things like, yeah, it's like this because it's alpha and it will improve. Kes says the stream was no wins offline, just one with Ironclad doing silent. Unknown says, yes, Pokemon today, getting more cards for the deck. How's the night going? So far it's going well. We've finished one of the reports. We helped the Baron get life support working. We've just saved Dercus. I think the only thing left now is to send off the last report and then go into the tomb. So I think we're basically near the end of the alpha. Shug says, fair and balanced. What, no, I'm allowed to tank 5,000 damage, punch everyone to death? Shug, you've arrived so late into the discussion of, like, rogue trader balance, because my perspective on it is everything is broken. You just need to be able to figure out the tricks and trades to, like, different things. Case in point, Marajai being able to run around and literally wipe an encounter by moving, which is a level of busted in and of its own. But even in that game, it was a case of, like, it was pretty straightforward as to what the combat system expected you to do. Whereas in this one, they realized that momentum in Rogue Trader was a little bit unbalanced. They realized that some of the ways you could gear pretty much every character could get very unbalanced. They realized that basically that the player could break things in so many different ways that they've, I think, gone too hard in the other direction by trying to implement this morale system, and it is genuinely kneecapping my experience of the game. If it was just we've turned momentum into morale, that would be fine, but I think them trying to also incorporate it into a victory condition is where it's grating. Because then it's like, well, okay, I need to build morale to either win the fight or to use ability. Actually, you might be able to use both. I don't know if using a heroic ability removes part of the morale. An unfortunate bug in the alpha is that the morale bar that appears like over here stops telling you what the morale percentage is in relation to you and the enemy. And then, again, like, this being alpha, a lot of it, it's going to get worked on. It's just, I'm probably, depending on how it ends up being at the full release, I'm either not going to be fine with the combat, or I'm not going to look forward to it. I'm going to try to avoid it whenever we can. Shug says the combat system feels half done. Basically, it's I don't know how to explain it apart from it just doesn't. It doesn't feel like it works. It's just. Yeah, everything else about it's amazing. The exploration, the characters that are in it at the moment. It is just the combat that's dragging the whole thing down. Shug says they like Rogue Trader builds being OP. I think every RPG should allow you to eventually power scale yourself into being a menace. Every single one. Because then it plays into the idea of like, oh, you have become an absolute monster at dealing with whatever it is. And the different ways you could get, using Rogue Trader as an example, the different ways you could get any character into being a game-breaking menace was great. It's, as I say, Marajai. I've even made a short video about it on the YouTube archive. Marajai could run around and just by being near something would kill it. The final boss, if Marajai didn't get his turn taken away from him by an interrupt from the final boss, he would have one-turned the final boss. I think he one-rounded the final boss because I gave him another turn through an officer. And that's Marajai. Blade Dancers were also pretty easy to get going. But I'd argue that Blade Dancers weren't as dangerous as... I'm using Marajai as an example because Marajai was the assassin we had on the run we did. But Marajai outstripped everyone else with how we built them. Having said that, Argenta could massacre encounters by herself. Cabela, which was the Blade Dancer, could also get to the point of massacring an encounter by herself. Abelard is infamous for running around as a vanguard and massacring encounters by himself. Apparently, there used to be a way to use a pyromancer to massacre an entire encounter by itself. You can use Heinrichs and infinitely scale the sanctity stuff to make the whole party massacre an encounter. If you just... every single character there could do something and be pretty good at it. The only one that I don't think was as obvious, or I couldn't quite get to work out right, was Pascal. But that's fine, because there has to be at least one person that sits there and isn't amazing. But that's still like pretty much the entire roster. You can just sit and go, kill it, and then the whole thing kills it. Shug says they haven't tried the alpha yet. They had access to it. They didn't give. They did give us early money thing. Same with the Expanse game, and they should be better in the beta. As I say, like, this is alpha. They're going to use the feedback. The morale thing is probably something that's going to get messed with a lot, because it is a new system compared to most of everything else apart from the investigations. So it's probably the thing that's going to require the most, like, balancing, I guess? Or review? We'll go with review. I just hope it stops being such a little shit and actually starts being fun. I know it says it's weird to hear me say that. Honestly, I must be the first they've heard from that feels the combat. I can think of, I think, 3 other people in the Alpha Discord who have also gone, how the fuck am I actually supposed to use this morale system? It was really relieving to see it when we took a break from this. I am not the only person that has gone, what the fuck is this morale system? How are we actually supposed to work with this? It's a semi-common, I guess you could call it an uncommon complaint from a few people that, like, some fights seem to use morale, other fights seem to not care about it. It's definitely a point of contention. Shug says they think the other person they saw looking at Dark Heresy Alpha was also a bit lost with the combat. It's like... it just doesn't seem to work. I appreciate they tried, and I appreciate that hopefully this will improve, but, like, why make a big deal of a commander and then have morale degrade, but then the morale degradation doesn't seem to be impactful enough to actually cause a morale victory, so then I have to then kill everything normally anyway. At that point, I should just ignore morale flat out and just go for a regular victory. What is the point? Unless the fight is geared in a very specific way where morale has to be the win condition, like the Iron Tree. It's just... ugh. It's just... it needs work. Unknown says that's fair, and the one they're in, no such issue. The counterpoint to that one is the one you're in is full of people who have played Rogue Trader to the nth degree that they've min-maxed the shit out of it. So when they play something like this, and this is actually something I brought up in the second stream, is that if you have an echo chamber, not really an echo chamber, if you have a group of people who have played something to the nth degree and are basically masters at the system, it isn't as good of a feedback system, because then you end up with things like Alien Resurrection, where the playtesters got so good at the game that the regular game's balance was thrown out the window and regular people couldn't access it because it was then tailored and built off of the people who had put ungodly amount of hours into it. So having people who are, say, with Rogue Trader, it's like, I can run through the game on the most unfair difficulty with, like, reduced party members or whatever, isn't a great pool of people to reference, because the average person could struggle with that and then be like, okay, well, this isn't, and then this isn't, and then this is working, and this isn't working. And so then you get, like, a very narrow, really skewed point of reference. It's not to say that their point of reference and their experience is invalid, but it leans to a certain side of bias that makes it a case of you have to accept that that's going to be outlying information and not the core information, and that the core information could be that, say, for the sake of argument, that like the people who have played this to the nth degree, let's say they're 20% of the player base, and let's say that the other 80%, let's say of the remaining 80%, 40% say, hey, I don't like the system, it feels clunky. That's a larger group saying, hey, this is clunky, than the very narrow experts in the field. Which is probably where don't discount the information, but accept that it's like, it's going to be, as say, it's going to be skewed in a direction. It's going to be kind of an outlier. Shirk says, well, what is good? There's not just a reskin of the Rogue Trader. The discovery and interrogations and the way that the crimes work. Let's actually get off of this screen so I can get to that. Point out that he did a whole bunch of atrocities. Give me a whole bunch of information. Knows nothing of the Saint Shrine, is able to learn the outer rumors about... Okay, so he tells me about the tomb. Talk to Stonehead or both of those. Bring up the divers. Okay, and the Baron. He is kind of devoted to the cult. Yeah, get rid of him. We're probably not going to pass this. Oh, we did. Leave the lower wretches alone, they'll serve our purpose. Find locals know about the tomb. Okay, now we can bring that up. Question Achimus. Okay, well, we know where he is. We know where those two are. And dialogue. There we go. Right, so the investigations, which is, I think, the strongest point of what is new to Dark Heresy, is... Let's bring up this one. Because this is the less spoilery, I think, of the two to bring up. This whole thing has been a case of I find evidence and then I put together things. So, for example, the way this happens is like an inquisitorial agent's gone missing. We need to go find out what the deal is. And we find little bits of evidence, like we run into the Tick clan, which are the Kroot, and then we meet, say, Hunter Skurhart, the Outcast, the Flesh Shapers, and then from these we figure out, like, oh, we can talk to them, we get bits of information, bits of dialogue, we can also do a bit of research. And then from things we discover from here, we can then associate them with things we find, or we can associate them with other things. So you do put together the investigation, and then at the end of it, like we did earlier in this stream, we can choose from one of multiple conclusions, and in this case, it was not clear what the conclusion would be, so it's whatever choice you decide to make is whatever choice you decide to make, and we'd narrowed it down to it's either the War Shaper or the Flesh Shaper, and we banked on the War Shaper because the Flesh Shaper was nicer to us, and signed a mercenary contract with us. So it was like, well, if I hand him over now, we just basically kill the contract. So we're going to hand over the War Shaper instead. Because there's enough evidence to support that he could be the one at fault. But there's nothing concrete either way. So we're just going to go with that one. Similarly, in the other one, we're seeing bits and pieces of evidence that lead to different conclusions over there. But we still have a few things that aren't concrete. To try and show you how that sort of works. If I click on here, for example, we've learned that the flock has a secret sanctuary, which are only permitted followers allowed to access, which is presumably either the tomb or the place up top where we can go into anyway. And then you get things like, we have, if I click here, we can choose any of these. but we have a contradiction with something else we have learned. So we could pick this, but it also could be wrong. But we could also learn other things that might be like, oh, well, there's another option that we've just found out that doesn't have a conflicting thing. So we can lock that in for the time being. And then sometimes a conclusion can also branch off into other things. Case in point, the hidden cave gave us some information that linked to this, that then links to here, which links to the tragedy, and also links over to the flock. And also links to Asimus, so we can link conclusions to then get further. It's a really fun, really good system. The Carver Gang doesn't fucking matter. And as I say, this is fantastic. This is the sort of thing I loved doing in Pen and Paper Dark Heresy, is here is a problem, have fun solving it, and see how things unfold. And then they've managed to replicate that here, which you didn't really have that in Rogue Trader. Rogue Trader was more typical pen and paper RPG like Kingmaker, using other Owlcat games as example. Pathfinder Kingmaker, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, where it's like you make a decision and then you go down that line. This is, you're making the decisions based on what you find. It feels a lot more player-driven than just, here's 5 dialogue options, maybe pick one if you're chasing an alignment, otherwise do whatever you want to do. That's a really narrow read of Rogue Trader, but Rogue Trader did allow some degree of choose how you want to go and go off of that, but not to the same degree as this, and this is only the alpha. So the beta is probably going to have a lot more, maybe a few more investigations. We're also playing, there's 2 presets. We're playing with the first preset, which is that this place is different, everything else is preset differently as well. I have no idea how much is different on the other preset. It could be that some clues aren't available and other ones are, which leads to different conclusions entirely. The way that this has been done is amazing. It's just, as I say, the combat is dragging the whole thing down. But, yeah. The recommendation head of the divers, and we're going to talk to both of them because they also might give me other fun bits of information. Okay, what else have I missed? Unknown says, I must admit they've still not played it yet. They've been sat waiting, and yeah, they just haven't been on it. Maybe they should jump on it and finally see for yourself. I don't know when the beta releases. Some people are apparently saying it'll be like autumn. I don't know what the Owlcat schedule is usually like. I'm going to talk to Stonehead first. So I can't say when or where everything's going to be. Up and down. And as I say, there's a lot here for the alpha. I'll take it all just so I can sell it. Up we go. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the beta, if only to see more characters, to see more more of how it develops, more investigations. Maybe we'll be allowed to create the Acolyte rather than using a preset. That would be quite nice. Although, again, I get that might not be a thing to do for beta. That might be a thing for closer to release. Or Stonehead. But Shrine of Sensibilius. Yeah, let's go for it. The other thing is, though, is the great-grandfather used to pray in the swamp. Yeah, so we can... Everything's pointing that that's got to be the end of the alpha. I want to go see if Acrimus or Isimus, or I can never remember how his name is pronounced. Not that anyone said it. Oh, that's another thing. Apparently for Dark Heresy, they're going to fully voice act everything. It just isn't the case yet because this is still alpha. Same for, as you might have seen, there's still some issues with models where they T-pose when they die. There's character models not appearing, or character portraits that haven't been finished. But for the most part, this is pretty good. Yeah, you're not going to say anything to me. Still. Scumbag. Leave. Unknown says, oh yeah, totally. They have one guy his hours the other day, and it was like 1,300? Wow, sorry, 8,000. That's a lot of hours to put into anything. Is that just Rogue Trader? Yeah, I guess you could do that Rogue Trader. What was my playthrough? 140 hours? So, yeah, if you sat there just running through, I don't think I'd be able to squeeze 8,000 hours out of Rogue Trader. As much as I love it, I don't think I could. Let me just go to Lower Town to talk to Fish. Shug says, any company would be crazy to fill its playtest pool with just one type of player. So, my understanding is they haven't, but this does, funny enough, lead to Alien Resurrection again. What can happen is your playtest pool can eventually become the sort of problem where they've played it so much that they have become experts in that system, and then their information gets a bit skewed compared to the fresh sort of eyes that regular can have. Which I believe is why Owlcat is doing what they're doing with their release. Alpha is for the people who are either I don't remember what the term is, but a lot of companies tend to have like a go-to group of content creators that tend to get like early access or anything like that. And then you've also got, as you've done, I've done, a few other people have done, you've also got people who are willing to put in the money for it, for the early access, basically buying early entry. Then you have the second release, which is beta, where you have more people available to go and do whatever it is, which means you then get another fresh set of eyes on top of the people who are used to it already. So then you can have basically 3 sources of information at beta. You have the people who have played it to the nth degree, and we've gone over that. You've got people who are probably going to be more along the lines of me, where we've done the alpha, we haven't played it to the nth degree, but we can see what's changed, what's improved, and be like, this is a good direction, this is maybe not a good direction. And then you've got the fresh set of eyes, just like anyone in alpha, where they haven't seen what it is before, they're new to this, how was the onboarding experience, how does it work out for them? And then full release is full release. You then got the same 3 groups again, whatever. It's a good way to gather information, it's a good way to try and improve things. It's probably the best way to try to do something like this, really. Rather than releasing it all, like, rather than doing, like, say, Doom the Dark Ages, where it's like, well, we're going to release it 2 days before release, so it is what it is, have fun. Unknown says they don't. Owlcats is a massive mix of content creators from gaming to fan art, fan fiction within the 40k realm. That's the term, Owlmates. I actually forgot what it was called. They're addicts to plastic crack, basically, in the lore. Shug says they're not like those people. Shug also says 1,300 hours in Rogue Trader, that's unhealthy. I mean, some people can sink a lot of hours into anything. And, I can understand that. I mean, I've sank a lot of hours into a lot of different things. But I don't think Rogue Trader is one of those games that I could sink that amount of hours into. I think the most I could probably get out of any Owlcat game is maybe 1,000, but that would also mean that I have to not be doing anything else and have the time to sink the 1,000 hours in, which I think I managed to show with how I juggle my schedule I don't have. Sugar also says, yeah, go see for yourself and report back. Yeah, the more people who get eyes on it, the more opinions you're going to get, the better experience you're going to have. You shouldn't really just listen to one source of information with things like this. You know, better if you can experience it yourself because you know what you do and don't like, and your experience may not be, I'm not going to say tainted or marred, but I guess the experience through somebody else is going to be through a different filter than the filter of experiencing it yourself, is probably the best way to put it. Because, like, I, for example, could be having a huge issue with the morale combat, and then, say, Unknown plays it and goes, actually, Marwol's just fucking dumb, this is how it's supposed to be, and then it's like, oh, okay. So, you know, something that I've not managed to click with, and then somebody else clicks with it, and it's like, okay, so now we can see where the difference is and what's going wrong. And then you get, let's say, 2 different viewpoints. Or maybe, you know, Unknown has an issue with it as well, and then you say, you try it, and then You go, actually, same sort of case. Both of them seem to be having issues with it, but for me it's fine. You know, games aren't universally applicable to everybody, and everything's different for everyone who gets to play it. As I'm trying to stretch while I say that. Cass says they got the worst possible boss for a poison shift build. Oh well. Hopefully you survive your SDS run. Shug says fully voice active for all the illiterate chuds. I mean, that's a little bit offensive to people who actually have problems reading, Shug. I know a few people who I've tried to recommend Wrath of the Righteous and Rogue Trader to that have said no because they suffer from dyslexia and or have other reading problems. So while I get that that's a joke, there are some people I know that have genuinely gone no because I can't really read all of that and I don't want to read all of that. Sorry, some have said they can't, some have said they don't want to read all of that. They'd rather be full voice acted. So it's like, I get that as a joke, but there are some people who genuinely can't or won't play a game if it's not voice acted. Let's talk to the fish. I'm looking for the tomb. Except we already know where the tomb is. Enlist the support of Oh, if that reopens the dialogue box with him, I'll be amazed, because then we can maybe ask him a few questions. Can you recite the whole psalm? Even though I have it written out because of Septima. Thank you. Okay, now I guess we're going to go all the way back and talk to Ekramus, and then he's going to again tell me to get lost. Actually, I think the fastest way to get to him is if I run this way, and then we just quickly, like, pop up. Like that. Ano says, yeah, that was just Rogue Trader. What is the game I have the longest amount of play hours in? It's probably going to be something weird. If I go to my profile... How do I see... Oh, I have to go to my game section, don't I? So apparently the thing I put the most amount of play hours into, which is technically wrong because it's only on the Steam launcher, is EVE Online with 3,186 hours. I guess for a non-MMO game, that'd be Arma 3 for 1,009. I've sank 630 hours into Monster Hunter World. Like, Monster Hunter World and Arma 3, I can absolutely see getting, like, thousands of hours into... I mean, I've got 1,000 in Arma 3 already. But Rogue Trader, like, there's going to be a point where you're done with the permutations of difference and you're just running it because generally for the love of the game at that point. Shug says 8,000 is still a heck of a lot of time for a game that's not MMO. As I say, you get some people, like, really big fans of certain games. What's a good example? Pokemon, you could probably find some people who've sunk genuine thousands of hours into any of the games. What is it? Animal Crossing is probably the same sort of thing. So, yeah, we don't get to reopen the dialogue box with you. Because I've done this the wrong way around. I've already... Okay. That's fine. As I say, there's some things we're going to mess up and some things we're going to do, and that's part of the course of making decisions. The only thing left now is to go into the tomb. Actually, the only thing left now is to finish my report, then go into the tomb. So I think we should probably make a call on that one. What have I got for options? Because I think for this one I was leaning towards the Night Lords, wasn't I? Yes, but I don't get to actually mention the Night Lord, so that's kind of upsetting. Can I scuff the investigation in a way that I can? Shug says they got something like 2,000 hours in Animal Crossing New Horizons. We've been playing for 20 minutes to maybe 2 hours a day, most days since COVID. Yeah, see, so that's a good example then. Animal Crossing, I know some people that have put lots of hours into that game because they just love going on the little island and then they make it look perfect and then there they are. As I say, it's different. Some people can easily sink lots of hours into games, and then other people will be like, well, I finished it. There may be other things, but I don't want to really do anything else with it for now. Drowned dock workers. See, here I can't seem to implicate that we know the gang did it. So I don't have an option here for the gang. As I say, this could be like, I've done things in an awkward way that means that I can't implicate certain people in certain things. Like, here we know the strange tracks aren't the divers, we know that's the Kroot. Because there's the Kroot. Tires perform sinister rituals. Yeah, see, there's things I can't pick here, which is a shame. And again, that might be down to we did things in a weird order, or it could be that because this is an alpha, maybe we didn't hit certain triggers. Like, again, I find it weird we can't implicate that the missing persons is related to Night Lords, because right here it says that they were the victim of the Night Lords. And, spoilers by the way, Night Lords. There's evidence that we found that say the Night Lords were here. We're not going to get into where that evidence is, just so you hopefully find it yourself. Although a lot of the promo material shows the Night Lords. Yeah, no, the front and center in a lot of the promo material, actually. Now, nothing I can change there, nothing I can change there. This is the Flock of Repentance. Ooh, we can't really change anything there. That works for that one, that works for that one. We know about that one. That doesn't change, that doesn't change. Can't switch this out either. I say, I guess we'll just file the report, but we know it was the Baron. Oh, okay, no, it wasn't the Baron, it was the Night Lords. So it's technically, if I can't put it as the Baron, I guess we put it as the Flock of Repentance. Unless there's something I find in the end area of the temple that's like, oh boy, it's Night Lords, and then we just go with it. Yeah, we can just send the report. We'll put a safety save in here, though. Unknown says they got like 3,000 hours in Project Zomboid. They won't get into World of Warcraft or any other MMO. MMOs are like, it's really easy to sink the hours into because it's an MMO. That's sort of the point of it. Let's say EVE Online on the Steam launcher alone is 3,000 hours, but I've been playing that since it came out, so you can probably safely add 2,000 to that. Maybe 3,000 to that, because I didn't play it consistently since it's been out, but I've played it enough that I can remember good chunks of it. But since 2000, actually, it hasn't been strictly speaking since it came out. It was like 2005, 2006 I got into it. But still, put the finger in. I'm just going to play the Vox recording. Second human taint. The equal of war machines across the land. Through the domain, but to our anguish. Grieve away. He was betrayed. Nope. Grief gave way. A holy sentinel abides in eternal life. Now we've done that one. Shug says if Dark Heresy being fully voice acted helps people with reading difficulties, they're delighted. It's the people who downvote a game because they don't want to read that frustrate them. Yeah, you won't be able to appease everyone, especially if their issue is, oh no, it's too many words. But in that case, you just sort of ignore it because the game wasn't made for them, really. It was made for people who are a fan of RPGs, and usually that comes with reading. But it also, as I say, does lower the barrier of entry because they may not be a fan of the reading, but if if it's fully voiced, then maybe they'll give it a shot, and then they'll find, oh, actually, if just because the game has a lot of words in it doesn't make it bad. And then maybe they'll try something that doesn't have full voice acting, like sticking to Owlcat, Rogue Trader, or Wrath of the Righteous, or Kingmaker. So it's one of those, like, there's benefits to it, and then obviously there's the drawbacks of doing it in the first place. Shug also says, full VA is a big commitment too. It's harder, more expensive to fix things in the script late in development, but they digress. Yeah, you have to... It's a lot more work to get it fully voiced than to have, like, incidental voicing, for lack of a better term, like, only key parts. Wait, hold on. What you need isn't in there? I've been everywhere. I've even been inside the church. Are you actually that broken? Place full of life. Recording a likely danger to the capabilities. Mass congregation of life forms. Oh, how many times have I been inside of the thing of the refuge? Oh, unless you want me to be over in the... This is the only other place of, like, a mass congregation of life forms I can think of. Because we have ran around the inside of everywhere else. And I don't see an interactable anywhere else for any of it. Shug says, yeah, MMOs they can understand 1,000 hours because you might play several nights per week for years. As long as the game keeps getting more content and the player doesn't run out of interesting things to do. Yeah, and then if it's a subscription-based MMO, there's also the incentive of the idea that I'm paying money monthly to play this game, I might as well make it worth my time. Or at least I might as well play to justify spending the money. Which is one of the reasons why subscription models do what they do. It's not all the time, it's not the guaranteed reason. Can mess with this. Have a look at it. Oh, it's a map. We got a map. After I've fully mapped the area myself. But yeah, there's a few... Another reason why MMOs didn't have a lot of hours into it is because of the social aspect. Sometimes you'll play an MMO, make friends on it, and then you play just to keep playing with those friends. There's a lot of reasons as to why it's easy to sink a lot of hours into them. Arma 3 having 1,000 hours into it is roughly the same sort of reason of I made friends in it. We would then go do things, we would then run into other people, we do other things, and then... I say run into people like it's a giant MMO, you run around a different world. No, it's a case of like... You do a thing with a group, and then you run into another group who do something similar, and then they're like, hey, do you guys want to come do this? And we're like, yeah, sure, send it. And then we join in, and then just sort of join different servers, do different things, and then keep on going. But most of the people I know who used to play Arma 3 don't anymore, so that's sort of... If I ever feel like firing it up, I'll fire it up, but we'll see about it. I've done a playthrough of the Arma 3 campaign before, and I will be the first to admit Arma 3's campaign is really... It exists, but it isn't... It probably shouldn't. It's fine. It's just how the game works mechanically makes it very frustrating in some places to do anything because of how the game is built and how the AI in that game works. So you'll be trying to do something and it won't quite work out the way it's supposed to because the AI's gone and done something stupid, or the AI just isn't responding in the same way it would have back when it released because of different updates and changes to how, like, say, the decision process works. Baron's Den. Let's see. I'm gonna run around all these areas again. If he complains, if he dips out the party, then that's an unfortunate side effect of, I guess, me messing with Ecrimus. Because I have not seen anywhere else that he can do his thing. Oh, there's someone all the way down below. Shug says making friends in games sounds nice. It can be. With anything, you'll find some people are good, some people are bad. Some people you'll be good friends with for a while. Other people you'll be friends with because of convenience of just like, hey, you do this thing, I do this thing. Do you want to do those things together sometimes? And then you'll be more acquaintances than anything else. But that is sort of how it comes and goes. The downside to me streaming a lot of things I play is that I can't take the risk, if I don't know who someone is, with playing multiplayer, because let's say we're playing something and then they suddenly go, have you heard the latest controversy about the aliens? And I'll be like, this is some area of discussion I don't want to get into on a Twitch stream. Let's not do that one, buddy. Let's not. And they're like, but I want to talk about the aliens. And then it all just sort of goes horribly wrong, horribly quick, and then it just turns messy. As opposed to if it is someone I know, and then it's like, well, I know they're not going to suddenly start spouting about the way that aliens keep abducting people and turning them into flambéed creme brulee. So that'll be fine. They know that this is being put on Twitch. They know that there are some things they can't do. Good example, the people I'm playing with for Starship Troopers Extermination on Friday. Ads arrive unfortunately about 30 seconds, but we're literally just running around trying to find where the hell it is Laarthyr wants me to be. And honestly, I'm going insane trying to figure it out. Shug says Arma 3 campaign for single player. There is a lot of single player content. And the... what's it called? Apex? Whichever expansion it was that added Tanoa has a co-op campaign. Which I've done with friends. That one's pretty fun. But... yeah, there's the showcases for single player, which is you're in a specific scenario. Usually the showcases, as the name implies, showcasing something to do with the DLC or expansion. Then there's, for lack of a better term, there's like these challenges you can do as well. There's the actual dedicated campaign. It's got 3 acts to it for the Arma 3 base game. And then other games, expansions like, what's a good example? Laws of War is a campaign that focuses on the perspective of what happens after a conflict is finished, and I think that one was done to help raise money for a charity too. That one's pretty cool. I mean, it covers some pretty dark subjects, but in terms of like what it did, it wasn't just another, hey, we're gonna go fight CSAT and do things. Okay, I have no idea where Laarthyr wants me to go. There's no other area down here. We've been everywhere else, I think. Where? I think I've bugged his quest out because I don't know where else I could possibly go, and I swear we've been everywhere. We'll run around Lower Town again and have another look down there. Because maybe it's a group of civilians down there. Kaz says Hosty does love to talk about the aliens. They do love to ramble about anything. Yeah, but neither of you are suddenly going to whip out something that I get to sit there and go, let's mute the microphone. Let's hide that discussion. Actually, I have a really good example to hand. Someone I used to be friends with used to stream Tarkov years ago, back when, like, Tarkov had basically started. And he, through the Twitch stream, ended up finding someone that was like, hey, look, I'll play Tarkov with you. And then, like, he would play with us, we'd go on a few different things. And then, out of nowhere, on one of his streams, the person who he'd met through Twitch suddenly started dropping slur after slur, talking about how, like, this slur are ruining everything. I can't believe they let that slur run around. And the guy was like, oh my god. Oh no. Obviously he had to, like, ban the guy. He took him off of all things he knew. So, like, I think it was Steam and Discord. Oh, maybe it's up here? That's a congregation of people. Because this is an area I've not been to. Yes! There we go. Genuinely not the first place I would have thought of for a congregation, but I guess it works. We'll get ready to save because the ads are still going. But yeah, so that's an example of, like, some random person that wasn't really known very well joined in for something, and then my friend got banned off Twitch for it, I think for a few months. Until he resolved it with Twitch and went, hey, look, if you actually look at the video, you can see that we immediately took action against this, and now I'm being punished for it. And this is... When did Tarkov come out? Like, what, 10 years ago? So around, like, 9? I think he's... I don't remember if he still streams. I think he got the account back, but then went, nah, I'm not bothering because of how rough that interaction was. But that's an example of, like... You've got to be careful when you're doing Twitch streams who and you do and don't allow to do things. Another good example, Alleged Man used to do community-ran Jackbox, which is a dangerous set of words to put together, especially when it's on Twitch. You can probably already assume why he doesn't do it anymore. Which is a shame because he genuinely did do it for, I think, like a year and a half. And then all it took was like 3 weeks. Not even 3 weeks in a row, it was like 3 weeks in the span of a month or two. Oh, no, what was it? It was 3 weeks. I don't remember what the time span was, but it wasn't in a row. Of people coming in and... kind of along the same lines as my friend with the, hey look, someone's just dropping a slur-fueled rant. They would do the same thing, but they do it through the game, which means he wouldn't be able to filter it out. So he would have to, in the same way as, like, with The Witcher, that I have a hotkey set up so I can do this quickly, he was doing that multiple times until, like, he could remove them from the game. Or just ban them on Twitch, which, yeah. So, if you're caught by the ads, manage to find the congregation. It turns out it's not actually the congregated place of the church or the cult. It's not the bar. It's actually this place by here. Unknown says, community Jackbox, yeah, you're playing with fire. Yeah, you absolutely are. Because it was a shame because he did get a few people who loved playing it, and they would hang around on his other streams, and then, or as I say, it took like because he would do it once a week, it took 3 weeks after like a year and a half to just kill it. He hasn't done it since. He has absolutely stopped doing Sunday streams because of it. And it's, as I say, it's a shame, because he and the other people who would come along for it would really enjoy doing Jackbox. I mainly like doing the quiz things, Because when it's the things like, hey, draw a thing, it was like, okay, well, this is just gonna be like whatever wins, I guess. But if it was like, if it was the quizzes or if it was things like Whiplash, it was usually pretty okay. But like the art stuff, it wasn't really good. Wasn't that great. Ritual not tolerate any interference. A song that slips free from themselves could be perilous. No one will here in this hovel. Then no one will disturb you. Have my word. Cass's willies and other not good stuff. That wasn't as big of an issue. Some of the jokes that not unknown. I was supposed to say unknown because you have a green name and so does he. Some of the jokes that Ledgerman and his community did would stray near the idea, like being just it's a dick joke. Which is fine. I'd be lying if I say that I didn't get a little bit like, okay, can we do a different joke after a while? But there were some things that were like just beyond the pale. That were just like, no. That would be brought in by people who just like, I'm pretty sure there was just a group of people who would just go around to go around to Jackbox streams and deliberately do things like that. Which is a problem. And it says, to be honest, they're a good person with Jackbox is a different animal within them. It allows us in close spaces to be so out there with good friends, right? Just definitely not for stream at all, but like Cards Against Humanity is. It's one of those of like, yeah, you need to have like, if you are doing it for stream with other people you know, you need to do things in a way and not go too far with some things. And where the line is kind of needs to be decided pretty early on, rather than finding it out partway through. Which, if you're just going around to different streams, is you don't know what the line is. So a joke that might be fine in one stream is not fine for another. No one will disturb you. I hear this is apparently a really dangerous fight, so I can't wait to see how I struggle with it. Don't investigate. It's just strange things happening. Is he here to consecrate our houses? Yes. Please stand back for your own safety. Off you go. I think I've decided who it is I'll play for this when it releases. It's really uninspired, and I think if anyone's ever listened to any of my rambles about like different stories that I've read and things like that, you probably have a good guess of what it's going to be anyway. The most I'll say is I have mentioned the book series quite a few times. And I can absolutely make a character that would fit Dark Heresy and be from that book series. Oh, I can do it. I know who I'm playing on future Dark Heresies when I can make my character. To the point where I don't even want to do it in Rogue Trader. Yeah. Managed to restrain the monkey. I don't like the way they changed the pronunciation in recent Warhammer to Monkai as opposed to Monkey. I get why they've kind of done it, but if you play like the old Dawn of Wars, they will say Monkey. That's just stuck in my brain. What did you manage to learn? I have no idea how I managed to get in here. Did you find Mincentilli or did she find you? Ready to leave? We have to head back to the excavation site. Okay. Okay, we've auto-saved. I'm going to quick save when we get down there, too. She's not here. Curious. So if we perform the ritual... Okay, that's a bit curious. Who are you? Okay, well, the sister, the cat's out the bag. Morale's also 0 whenever unit moves into hell. Takes turns there, suffers 10 to 12 damage. Where's your commander? Squad commander? Right. Turn order is Rakti, Cog, Saro, Hema, Acolyte. So... I want Rakti up here. Cog, I need you ready somewhere. Like a better way to put it. Saro, I'm gonna put over here. Hema, we kind of need to not be anywhere near the ritual, I'm gonna be honest. We can use psychic powers attacks. If anything runs near him, he takes damage. I'm gonna have Hema sit back here, because best case is he takes him out. And then the Acolyte... Can I get Rakti over a little bit? Yep. Oh, up here. There we go. The Acolyte can sit by here, and then we could just sort of line of sight people, I think. This is as good a turn order as I'm going to get, which is why I put a quick save in by here. Let's roll. So, who have you... Okay, you've hit that one to begin with. But we need to hit the commander. As we kill the commander, it's going to go further down the chain. So this is kind of what I mean by, like, morale kind of doesn't matter. I don't know if that degradation is permanent. I feel like the degradation should be permanent. Once you kill a commander, like, in X amount of turns, you still win. What's my chance to hit? Head is pretty good. We can boost that a little bit, I think. 48. If we take the arms... What else we can do here? Yeah, we can put more stacks on it, then we can pop the stacks with Ruthless Tactic if we need to. I can kind of see why this is a brutal fight, because this is another one where I think morale doesn't matter, but that still does matter. I think we should just go for the torso hit. Okay. How much bleed is on that? 7. Okay. Hog. I kind of need you to get in up close next to these. It's fine. That's not fine, Cog. Thought it'd break down the wall. God damn. Okay. We can still do that. I can't move him, so we have to break that. Oh, of course he can. I don't want you to rhyme that yet. He's not burning. Can that even cause burning? No. So I've managed to ruin the ability to inflict burn. Damn. He needs a flamethrower. Pretty sure I got one. Yeah, we have a flamer. I find it kind of... There probably is a variation of this that does allow it to do burning. I think there actually was one we could pick. This would be nice to get going once we, you know, I remember. This unleashes a random power, right? There's no point doing that. Hammer! It's good enough. Build up 9 stacks, keep him a bit distracted. I know I should have tried to break his concentration, but that weirdly works out more for me. Okay, Sorrow, nice knowing you. I need... Why can't I click that square by that? There we go. Rock T. Damn. That's alright, we have another chance here. We're gonna go with... God, I can't do it because Haymar's in the way. Oh, but I'll tell you something I probably can do. No. Right, we can still use Coming Doom. Bop. Down goes the commander. Can I get you out of... Kind of? Cog, I just need you to, like, stand by here. Smash him. Heal. So again, like, I don't know if the morale victory thing actually is working as intended here, because the percentage has been reported as breaking. Okay. Haymar's as good as dead on the next turn. Patch yourself. And then... I don't want to turn off lock and load, but I think I have to. We'll see if we can do some morale damage to you. Haymar's not going to get out of this AoE no matter what we try and do. That'll do. Lost the morale too. I need... Uh-oh. That sniper shot's gonna go off on... What are you doing? Oh, you're doing a precision attack. Are you? Yeah. That's fine. Rakti can deal with you. I mean, we tried to assail. Didn't quite work, did it? I could do this to do 20... No. Let's give guidance to... Haymar. And then the same round of buffs again. And then I'm going to have her just start running over this way. So that she can eventually get a shot off at the operator over here. In fact, we might be able to get that now. Although I am going to have to take the shot at you. Because I can't let you get that off. Arm's injured, bleeding for 17. Yeah, your execution's pretty close. killed it. The Arkran's gone down, unfortunately. You've been staggered. Hamar's gone down. Okay, they're now bleeding and immobilized. Are we actually in the clear to do this? Can I do it again without breaking anything? No. Okay.
I've seen him every day.
Tenshi, hello!
I've never seen him since he's done the old 23 skidoo. He's dead.
Welcome in. Hope you have a good week so far. He is dead. Everyone's dead. Everyone passed out. Because I haven't given this guy a flamethrower. I don't think I can do it even in the prep screen. Oh, he does have a flamethrower. What am I on about? I'm a fool! I've learned. Positioning wise, I think this is fine. It's just a case of we need to hit this better. I need Cog to actually be here. And then I can move him here. And then we can wreck face, hopefully. So Rockdy's first turn, I think, was a good call. I think we just go for the torso shot. Nice work. Leave this open. Yeah, because every time she hits, she's going to cause bleeding. Every time the bird hits, they're going to cause bleeding. Good times. Stand you more like this, actually. Then we're going to slam. Or smash, whatever you want to call it. Better. Okay, they're gonna throw a grenade at Saro, but Saro can move out the way. Then she says, balls! Balls, man! Why are you so obsessed with the balls? What are you up to? What are you doing? I can actually barbecue a few things here. We need to move up. Actually, I do kind of need you over here. Or I could stand over here, maybe do it. Preview this. Oh, that's perfect. Tenshi's calling me the balls man. I don't know why you'd call me that. Yeah, I can flame her, and then what we can do is do the ignitions. Very nice. And then we can rhyme. Yeah, we can rhyme. Good. If Sorrow survives, that's another ignition round. And then we can actually finally use Firestorm and Millennia. You are going to take a step forward. And I'm going to... That's not going to be in your influence, is it? Yeah, influence is 2. So unless it starts here, that's not going to... I mean, what else am I going to use the points for, right? Might as well. Apparently one shot hit. I'm semi-convinced there's something back here he keeps, like, firing at, but who knows? Either way, it stacks up lock and load. The grenade goes to nothing. If anything, it destroys the cover. We're burning. Okay, he has a shotgun. Good to know. You're dealing with Cog. Okay, this is a better first turn. Sorrow's fine. Now we just have to deal with that, which is actually a lot easier than I think it could. Again, I'd love to know why when I click up here you don't, like, step to there. Let's break... I mean, if we hit the commander, we definitely get more morale out of this. Perfect. Give Rakti another turn. Rakti. Get a it's out of range. I'm thinking. I mean, I know thinking is difficult, but like, come on. Bleeding for 5, burning for 10. If I put another round into you, get you closer to the execution range. Rakti goes pretty early in their turn. It's just the commander. You know what? I'm not too worried about the commander, actually. Let's see if we can... But yeah, we need to deal with you. But I don't have line of sight. Fine, we'll go for the commander. Go for a regular old torso. Stack your bleed to 17. Burn and then burn again. Yeah, you should be pretty much dead. And with this, we can do guidance on Rakti. Because why would we ever do anything other? Guiding light. Coming doom. And now, because the area is so small, I can do this, hit it. Ah, no, let's not do it. Because, yeah, but then everyone else is going to start taking damage. Let's not. It's a bad idea. I can't angle the assail to not hit our out. You know what? Okay, he's immobilized. That's fine, I guess. Let's get Rakti to finish him off. Took a big gamble on that headshot actually landing. But I am going to need to split these two up in case the commander fires another shotgun round, because then we got nothing to worry about. God, I love how that's in the way. We still have a few turns to deal with you. No, we don't, actually. Hold on, why was it 5 before, but not that time? Why was it instantaneous that time? Okay, if we stand by here... I'm going to have to deal with this Vanguard Warrior. I should have stood on the other side and then gone back through. Oh well, we learn. Shoot a Rakti. Yeah, the concentration, it says like 5 turns, but it isn't actually 5 turns. Oh, unless you mean like up here? Because the reinforcements weren't coming down the first time. Alright, Sorrow. Nice ignition. Brings you to... Ooh, he's dead if we do nothing. Cool. However, I want to see if this ability was worth it. Looks like it was worth it, and then we're going to recast it next turn. He's going to be dead, though, so it's going to spew off of him. Hamar, you can't move. Oh, well, that's perfect. So the next time that Rakti gets to move, you're executed. There we go. Which is its turn, I guess. Sniper's what are you gonna go for? There we go. Okay. Now who's the commander? gonna assume. No. Alright. Let's just hit you. And I'm gonna wicked score on you. Yeah, like, see, it says 0% over here, but I'm pretty sure we have a pretty good morale lead. Rockty. I'd like you to get moving. Bird that guy. Yep. Shoot that guy. Nice. Very nice. So he should be going down pretty soon anyway. You're already bleeding for a good amount. Your legs are injured. I can just assail you, I guess. Now, see, do I use the thing? You know what? Fine. Gives Rockty another turn. Actually, we could give it a Sorrow. No, give it a Rockty, because then I can get her to shoot this guy. Rockty's pretty high up as it is anyway. A giant statue in the way. Because I need Rockty to shoot him, or else we're going to have a little bit of a bloom situation on our hands. Okay, arms is that. Good bird. Both of you are good birds. And then you can hopefully hit him. Disarmed. No longer a problem. No longer a problem. Cannot use weapons or grenades, and he's just going to stand there and then get killed, and then it's going to be funny. You shouldn't be immobilized anymore. I'm going to give you guidance. Move. Doom. End the turn. Rockty now has that ability. But I need her to hit the guy over here. That guy. We can go for a head, but it doesn't break the... it doesn't break the concentration. Oh, yeah, please. Rockty, I love you. If we go for the neck, we have a 55% chance to cause bleed. If I go for the head... Go for the neck. Instantly executed because of the... Oh, Rockty, you're my favorite, by far. Sorrow would still be up there if I hadn't broken it the way I have, but... Rockty, you're so good. Right, everyone's favorite Ogryn gets to go again. Yeah. Bop. Bop. He's basically dead. He is dead. Because Sato's about to do the thing, isn't he? Okay, well, she's not really moving much anymore, so that's fine. Down he goes. Blaze, because Blaze Weaver kicks off again. He doesn't get to rhyme out the other ability. Just fine. What we're going to do is... Ideally need to get the fire going over here, but if we clear this field by here, we should be okay. He burns out in his turn. Hey Ma, this guy is absolutely no problem. So I would like you to stand in a way that... Actually, no, you can hit him like this, don't you? Yeah, you do. Right, this turns into AoE. Kind of. Now he's immobilized. Oh, we're just bullying this guy. We're absolutely just bullying him. Okay, he's still suffering morale problems. Roxy is too far away for me to be able to do anything with that. I can make... Oh. Okay, we've broken the Vanguard. Thank you. I can see... Alright, the amount of morale I have here, and I think... I hate to harp on the point again and again, but the main thing they've added in this is the morale. This being broken, non-issue. Because I have two people who are now heroic. Rakti's neutral, he is on -1, you're -2, you're -10 and broken. You're apparently not broken in any way, shape or form. You're now negative morale, and you're telling me I can't just go, bop, I win. Because they're already losing, they've lost their... They have, I mean, the thing means the commander goes to somewhere else. What? Can I precise shot you from here? Yes, I can. So what we're going to do is disgusting. I'm going to see if I can clear these two off the board, and then that might break this guy over here. Are you fodder? There's at least 2 times less than the opponent's power level. Yeah, so like it's a lost battle, but like they're still not gone yet. Sato, actually. I want you to do your thing. There's no one burning. So assail. That guy. Staggered assail. Yeah, we got 3 hits on him for whatever we want to do. Gains an attacking psychopath, doesn't expend combat until the end of the turn. Psycho does not trigger psychopath mana or powers of the warp. Fantastic, but we won't do that yet. And then with you, I can go for a neck shot because he's staggered, which now means he's bleeding for, is that 40? 15. And then we can go for our big boy Cog. And then we're just gonna slam. And then we're going to... suck their morale out. And then you're going to do... guidance? I can see why this encounter gives a lot of people trouble, especially if... I think we're playing on normal, not the hard mode. I think I can check that, actually. Oh, we're on daring. So we are on the highest difficulty. And... I think we've just got lucky. Hi, guy. Would you like to see what it's like to get headshot? Yeah, stay behind the cover. Cog! Guess what you're gonna do? That's right, buddy. Slam. Slam. So, okay, now we get a morale victory. After we broke... half the enemies still here. I can sort of see the morale up here. 2 of them at 10, 2 of them at -1. This, I don't know if using heroic abilities does deplete the bar. When it works, it is good, because I like having a different condition than just wipe everyone out. This rewards using skills to gain morale and to deplete theirs. Example, Cog's ability to just, like, shoulder check someone is an AoE that if they fail a test, they lose 2 morale. I've got an ability on the Acolyte where I can tell the commander, go fuck yourself, and it loses the morale twice. Or if I choose to use it on him twice. I have all these ways to throw morale around, but it's still this nebulous resource that I don't know why. I just can't seem to use it as often or as much as I would want to. But when it works, like this, it works. When it doesn't, it's... I've killed the entire encounter, and I might as well just been playing for that and not for morale. It is what it is. It'll improve on whatever else. Did you learn anything? Several voices, place of other songs beneath was a muddy river, the time of the future is possible all. What songs, perhaps the body of the celestial side of time will take since. You asked a great many questions. A remarkable show of curiosity from a species known for its fear and hatred of anything that it does not understand. Thank you for the answers. I appreciate your patience. Let's get over here. I don't want to be near the Battle Sisters detachment. What did I gain? Oh, a charm. You want to explain why you got hit for 666? But yeah, I can see why a lot of people struggle with that fight. Laarthyr genuinely is worth her weight in gold. Especially with that thing where we get to execute an enemy when the bleed reaches the amount of health they have, or, you know, the health hits the level of bleed. Which I guess gives me another win condition, which is I just make people bleed. Now that we know that Sorrow definitely needs a flamethrower at all times, let me just check the other flamers we have, see if there's any others that have a higher level of burn. Puritan flamethrower is 7. Puritan deals more damage if they're already burning. Hit chance doesn't stack. Okay, so that is the best burning we have. It's also the only one with stream and spray. This is spray, this is stream and spray, but it's not as good. I guess then this is the only one that has... Spray is cheaper on this one. It's 1 AP, not 2. But again, does that give me anything over here? No. Right, there's only one thing left then. Now that we've survived. We'll get to loot everything when we leave. We'll have a look at things there. Oh, you know what we have to do again? It's everyone's favorite activity. Medkit. And medkit. Laarthyr is so good. Absolute queen. Oh boy, I'm running out of medkits. Maybe I should go buy some more. What a foolish idea that would be. Maybe I probably should get some better gear. What do we got here? Brutal shotgun. 3% to target negative. I don't care. Great hammer. Don't care. Precise sword. Precise sword. Don't care. Reliable lasgun. Reliable lasgun. Universal. Universal. Brute armor. Brute armor. Ruffian armor. Yeah, we'll just collect everything. I wonder if you have anything to say about the fact that I just got attacked by Septima's troopers. Oh, I can actually bring this up. The only thing left now is the brown marshes, then. I'm going to put a hard save before we go into the tomb. Yeah, we'll put it by here. Tomb Raider 40k. I am a genius. I am wit made personified. I am going to get my ass handed to me by whatever's in. And if we do need more things, we load the hard save and I go to the market. Which is anyone I trust, I guess. Yeah, I couldn't enlist the help of Confessor Akurmus because I upset him. That's why we're here. I've got mobility over here. Oh, that looks fun. Sister of the Flock. Ursimus. Let me guess. Even if I could have, this would have been a bad idea. Cogitator. So this is its own thing over here. Got it. Wear inflicts plus more morale levels. Plus morale, more levels of burn bleed tox to a minimum of 1. I know who that's going to. I know who that's going to. That could actually go to Rockty. Does Rockty have gloves? Rockty can't wear it. I was going to say, because she does deal damage over time, it's instead going to have to go to you. And then... plus 10 willpower, or you deal more morale levels of burn. Probably a bad idea. Yeah, we'll give you that. Weirdly, I can give you the Mystic Robe. Oh, in that case, the Executioner's Robe might be a better idea for Rockty, because then it means she's dealing more bleed. I think either one is a good choice. I just think maybe we'll try it with you first. Okay, we passed the test. Which gets me down here. The question is, do I want to be down here? Do I want to fight on the... because this is definitely a fight. Look how many people are here. Or do I want to fight on the bridge? Oh, I see. Hey, Kip. How should I do this? Cleansing is... I knew you were crazy this whole time. She longs for it. Oh, there's a giant pile of gore down there. Alright. Add it to the pile. And down she goes. We're gonna listen to the sermon, see how far this goes. Pass through the fire of the Silencia Sectoris and witness the truth. His angels came in the night and shone. Yeah, that's right, because you're not gonna know the difference. The average person in 40k is not going to know the difference between heretical legions and normal legions of Space Marines. So if he sees a Space Marine, he's gonna be like, ah, the Emperor's chosen. It was his will that would return to you, and his words that helped me get through. It was he who allowed us his place. And we must say more than our sport, and let's go further, higher, and even farther. I don't recall human sacrifice being part of the Imperial Creed. Well, you wouldn't also let me walk in here anyway. I want you to answer some of my questions. Are you the one who afflicted the people with nightmares? Me send a vision of the true rightness. Ads arrive in about 55 seconds, but I have a feeling we're not going to be done just yet. White found the sect of madmen. Laughed and reveled. Screws atomic from Big Fox. I wonder if this is what's going to let me to go, yeah, the fucking Night Lords are behind this. Get the... Who would be dealing with the Night Lords? I guess it would be any Space Marine Legion. I don't know if there's any specific rivalry. Raven Guard, maybe. Get the Raven Guard in. Actually, be Black Templars. They're always on beck and call for the Inquisition. Get the Black Templar and the Raven Guard in here, now. What is this place? I know it's a tomb. What do you plan to do next? Do all the worthy ones meet the same fate? Yeah, of course you have an issue with throwing away food. I've heard enough. Was it here that you recruited Dercus? Time to reveal that we're part of the Inquisition. I could grill him for information, or I can go hard into the idea that we're part of the Inquisition. Tell me about the rituals and practices. Okay, autosave to say. I expect us to be up here. The cogitator boosts... Okay, where's the cogitator? Got it. So I need to get up here, shut that down. How bulky is he? Not very. You are the commander. You are the commander. Is there anything else mechanically I need to be aware of here? No. Is this just touch it and go? Or we can reconfigure it. But we are hard saved. I think this was the better place to start because they're all melee. They're all melee, except for him. And Ecremus. Ursimus. I'm calling him Ecremus like he's excrement. So it's gonna, well, no, you're also ranged. It's gonna take them time to get over to us. We can thin their numbers. I mean, we kind of have to deal with these guys by here first, and also, like, this guy, this guy, this guy. Okay, one good flamer from Sorrow should cook these guys, and then we just go straight away. I just need to position Sorrow correctly, but again, we have saved, well, the game auto-saved before we got into this. Laarthyr is going to do her tried and true method of run for it to get up to here and shut this down because it's boosting their morale. The more morale we cut out, the better. And then when she's up here, yes, they can climb up this way, but I can just have her keep rotating this way and then plugging Ursimus hopefully all the time. Right, he's going to continually... We can waste his turn. In several turns, he applies burning, turns him into a defender of the just and return to fight. If he's disrupted, the fight next damage to the... Okay, Call of the Faithful. Okay, so once we do enough damage to him... Oh, if we execute him, that might actually skip that one. Let's see. I actually think the play is we just all move towards this. Saro is going to have to, like, clear this, and then we'll see what we do with Saro afterwards. Cog. Get ready to back us up. Laarthyr actually might be able to get to this faster. Especially when Laarthyr's near the end of the turn order. Fanatic Fight over here goes. Professor Ursimus goes. Then I go. Fanatic Veteran, called Fanatic Firestarter. That's gonna be a fun one. Alright. So that drops our morale as well, which is a fun thing to find out now. Oh, that doesn't barbecue as much as I thought it would. That does. Okay. I mean, if they slow down because they have to deal with him, that's fine by me. Laarthyr kind of needs to be able to move. I don't know why I can't check Laarthyr's line of sight when we move, but I'm going to move her to here. And then I'm going to start making her deal with this guy over here. I can take out the flamer. I can aim for the flamer. That's even funnier. Oh, and it explodes and then he doesn't get to use it and he's on fire and he's burning, he's bleeding. This is beautiful. Laarthyr, I love you even more. How'd you miss Saro? Okay, he's channeling Defenders of the Just, but I don't think I got a shot that can land on him. I almost square away from it. They take 50% less damage when they're burning. That just plays into Saro even easier. If you got caught by the ads, by the way, we're fighting the whole damn cult, which is kind of funny. And he's too far away for me to be able to drain him for morale, so what we're going to do is drain you for morale. 1 wicked scorn, 2 wicked scorn. Thank you. Laarthyr, go again. Okay, now you're melee only. There's no one else nearby I care about. Let's get... Can't do much about you. Could do something about you. Could weaken you. I don't care too much about the shooter, I don't think. You're disposable, you don't matter. I don't have a dead body to use yet, but we're gonna probably want to be using Yuka Brings Flesh on dead bodies. Oh, I do have one, actually. Oh, enough. Well, close enough. Because that is extra chance of hitting damage, and we need to be stacking that, I think. Hello, that's a new phrase. You're gonna add to the thing. Good job, buddy. Caught by the auto mod. Give me uno momento. We want the moderation settings. There we go. That's actually a phrase I haven't seen at all. Not even like variations of it. So thank you for adding that to the repertoire. That's permitted phrases. That's not what I want. I want blocked terms and phrases. There we go. And there you go. Fool! They say as if they actually had a brain. I guess I could Yucata this guy by here. And then that gives me a dead body to use next time. Okay, I severely... I could have shot him first and then done it. That was the wrong order of operations. Shoot that guy. Here we go. 10 and 10, that's good numbers there. You don't have line of sight to anyone except for that guy over there. I mean, I could go for him. Is this bonus damage to armor? Yes. Damn it. Try to take his arms to be less likely to hit us. Oof. See, las guns are reliable, so that's going to be painful. What are you doing, buddy? Pulling out another flamer. Of course you have two of them. Hog. We've got a hedge injury over here. You should be... yeah, you're completely broken. Well, you're not completely broken. You are burning. You'll be dead pretty soon. Redacted. Can't believe we don't know what he's gonna say. Okay. We know the combination. Okay, now... wait, what? Okay. And then we'll go into Coming Doom. And then Hamar. I'm actually gonna have Hamar fire at this group. Because it helps build stacks and then it helps deal with that eventually. Yeah, so you're probably gonna hit. Surprisingly, you've not been hit at all. Okay. You're on fire, which is a bit of an issue, because now it means that everything I do is going to be a problem. I think if she can medkit herself. It does mean that damage output's going to go down, but she can medkit. If I do this, does it hit all my allies? All units? Yeah, okay, that's not. I mean, he's going to burn out and die on his turn anyway. I could Molten Beam you. Or I can move away and risk it, and then we can just torch this group over here. Gonna move away and risk it. Wow, that actually worked out kind of okay. Okay, Rock Tea. Eat that body. Put the fire out. As nice as it would have been to do another precise shot to take out his flamer. We're then just going to run up next to you, so that if you run away... okay. I forgot that burning spreads to nearby people. Oh, he's dead on his turn anyway. I didn't actually need to run up next to him just to hit him if he runs. Down he goes. Okay, let's switch back over to Unholy Hymns. I need to get you in a position where you're not getting shot at. Fun, I know. Then you set yourself on fire. Rock Tea, go again. Now I could have Rock Tea put herself out. And... do you have the bonus? You do. Okay. Put the fire out. Did I not give you guidance? I didn't give you guidance, did I? Damn, I thought you'd be able to move. Can't shoot that one over there. I can shoot this one, though. Very nice. You could bring flesh as 10%. What if... okay. We do this, we keep eating all the... okay, Laarthyr has gone down. What, was he ignited and then got taken out by Sorrow? Damn. What a way to go. Wait, why couldn't she go... oh, she had a normal turn, that's why. No, she had a... oh, what? I ain't gonna question it. Eat that. Can't eat that one, unfortunately. Can she just keep eating the same dead body? Yes, she can. $43 damage. Because she hit the head. Now she can move. I think, actually... we're going to move to there, so he has to move further. But I think we just keep Rock Tea, just keep eating a body and dropping another one. And eventually she'll just clean house, in theory. I mean, changing this over here would be really nice. It's still good for us at the moment. The only one you can shoot at is this guy. Same as last time. Okay, you're gonna throw a grenade. You're also gonna throw a grenade. That's right, Haymar just moves out the way. Oh, I gave it to Haymar, didn't I? So that Haymar could do the movement thing. Alright. Smash. Let's go smash, right? Ground slam. Is this smash? That's smash. Smash. That's it. Good old hand injury. Those injuries are unfortunately not service related. Haymar, you for some reason get to move like a freak despite the fact that it's This is enabled. I'm gonna have you sit by here, buddy, because I'm gonna need you to start firing up at these guys. They're both going to throw fire grenade. That second grenade might actually catch the wrong guy. And it does. Okay. Sora's blaze weaved. That's... Okay, when we do this again, I need to not use Blaze Weave. Because that's going to catch us out, because they have one guy with a Flamer. Once the Flamer's out of play, then we can do it all I want to, but not before. See, I'd love to do it right now, but it would kill my own guys. In fact, I'm willing to reload now because that's gonna catch us. Rockty needs to live so she can keep doing the build-up. But that started pretty good. It was just getting caught up by the Flamer guy. So hit that, blow his flamethrower, make him waste his turn and everything else. Laarthyr can start there. Rockty, go there. Cog, there. Sorrow, start there. Hamar, sit by there actually. I misclicked, and it didn't count it as a normal AoE. Yeah, I'll reload for that. Absolutely, we're right at the start of it, I don't care. Bop. Bop. Ba-ba. There we go, just in case I blow it out of this one again. Right. Don't not click. Yeah, because I don't know where I clicked. I must have clicked right by here. But I need to click up here. Right. Don't repeat it. Just Blaze Weave. There we go. So Rockty can take one of these on the start of her turn. Which is going to improve everybody. It does mean that we can't use exposed weakness as much, but you still get that guy rolling. And then run her behind here. I'm probably not going to get as lucky with Sarah not getting... Yeah, there we go. Right, so then we give Rockty the turn again. Eat that body. And then kill... put another end at this guy. Legs are injured, which means he's not going to move as far. Which means we might not have to worry about getting barbecued again. For some reason I can do this again. For reasons I probably have forgotten by now. So we're going to eat. And then shoot again. Your bleed is now up to 31. Functionally is dead. Back to years. Let's put him down. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. 41 there. Instead of 42, we get executed on his turn. Suck! Oh no, they're shooting at Laarthyr. Whatever will I do? Oh no, they're shooting at Hamar. Whatever will I do? It's a nice little group. Set fire to... Yep. Alright, Cog. I'm gonna do the exact same thing we did last time with you. Which is to go to slam. Okay, they're both head injured. Yeah, so psychic stuff would be sort of the deal with that one.
Here she comes to wreck the day!
Kieta, hello! Welcome in, hope you have a good week so far. That guy is just vibing towards us. Alright, Laarthyr, put yourself out. And then we're going to... Guidance. Path. Doom. I need to not run near him because I get ignited again. Which means you're weirdly not moving anywhere. Give you a shout out. Now? Because I don't care what's happening. Kid asks, how am I? I'm doing good. Hopefully we're getting near the end of the alpha for Rogue Trader, Dark Heresy, so that I can do no more heroes. I'm just going to have Sarah come over here and barbecue these guys and then go... Sorry, that wasn't very good. Nope. There we go. And then we're just going to Blaze Weaver, and then we'll Blaze Weaver again. So I'm actually going to have our boy rapid fire this group up here.
As stealthy as two skeletons fucking in a trash can.
Okay, well... We sure taught that wall a lesson. Okay, he's on fire, which means he's also functionally dead. Good. Sarah's not getting killed this turn. Right, but herein lies my problem, because now I need Sarah to run over here and not get get killed. Good job, Sarah. Oh wow, there's no way. Yeah, do it. Didn't think so. So that's burning quite nicely. Now I can sit here and do this. Although it's a little bit of a waste. Yeah, we're not going to do it now. But we, as in the rhyme, but we will do this anyway. Kills him, kills these. Off they fall into the abyss. He is as good as dead. They're dead. Fun. Keta says they gotta go do bedtime for small Keta. They gotta get the tab open. That's okay. I hope they manage to sleep okay. Hope they don't have any nightmares. Yuka? Cannot be used again this turn. That's a shame. Because what are we at now? 3 stacks? Yeah, that's funny. Let's see what we can do about these guys up here. Go for this one over here first. We can hit the arms. It's not going to do much. We can hit the head. It's not going to do much. Yeah, go for the arms. And then I'm going to have her reposition this way. That's fine. You're heroic because I think you're the one that got told to join the fight. God damn. Okay, of course you have a flamer as well. That's fine. We just need to not use Blaze Weaver again. Why can't I... Well, on a sight, that's why. Then we'll move into the very awkward position of right over here. Take that away from you. Oh, they're gonna fire grenade her. She doesn't get another turn yet, so I gotta break that with somebody else, and I have no one else who can break the concentration unless Laarthyr runs up. That's pretty good. Laarthyr, I need you to run here. Who set you on fire? How are you set on fire? Okay, I need you to precise that guy's arms. And then I need you to precise this guy's arms. Yep. Guidance. Rakti's already been guidance, I think. Ah, fuck it. Sato's down, so we're not at risk anymore over there. Yeah, shoot this guy. That's still an issue. Eat a dead body. Because again, the lack of morale doesn't matter so much if I'm getting like 5% bonus to hit chance and damage, so I'm at 25 now. And everyone's getting less likely to get hit. I want to take out... Wow, you're pretty... Oh boy. Ah! That's just funny. What about you? I can make you not move. Or really struggle to move. I think the play here is... I need to take out the fire starter. So, didn't get to cripple him, unfortunately. That's fine. Stack it up more. 23, 24. Yeah, he's dead from damage over time anyway. Put a regular round into him. Bolt the ball. That also works. So if I use it first, I get to use it again. I think that's an oversight. Same as this is going to get patched at some point, because this is kind of getting funny. Well, the wall's gone. Let's get a bit behind cover. Oh, of course he has another fucking flamer as well as the melee weapon. You gonna come up here and barbecue? You gonna barbecue your own guys? How does he have 3 weapons? He has the sword and he had 2 flamethrowers. I can only carry 2. You wanna run that one by me again, Chief? Okay, Laarthyr's going down, unfortunately. Yep. But that's okay. Because we're going to start killing everybody who's... I wish we got the leg hit on him. Cass says I sure did show it to that wall. I'm amazed that, like... that the wall managed to survive my brutal attack. This is probably the worst way to do this fight, actually. But here we are. Because we're going to kill everyone else, and then we're eventually going to get to Ursimus. Okay, you... You know what? Your cover's gone. You might as well. We injured his arms, but we did nothing else to him. Yep, you're going to fight the Ogryn, which is what I want. Right, I need people dead. Like, today. We have a good headshot chance there. I can just... I'm surprised you're not dead, but you should be dead on your turn, I guess. You? I want vengeance. Hello? Cannot become broken. Can attack twice. I see, there's a chain there. Chain there. Chain there. So the idea is to drop the fucking platform. Got it. Presumably they're gonna infight. Big presumption. Rakti. Do your thing. What are we looking at? Pretty good by there. But I'd rather we kill this guy. Oh good, the legs are injured. And guess what I'm going to do again? You guessed it. Infinitely stack this. For as much as I can. Yeah, we're getting 40%. We're not gonna miss, is basically what I'm getting from this. And then, damage-wise, I'm not seeing the improvement from... Oh, I guess it's percentage modifier down here. Yeah, You can bring Slash. Cal says they're classified as humans. You want to run that one by me again, Chief? Yeah, it's because, look at them. That's human, right? That's just mutated. They're absolutely human. Absolutely human. Take out its legs. Okay, we failed to apply the injury, but that's okay. Suck his morale out. Also going to hazard a wild guess they're going to infinitely spawn until I take out the chains. But they are infighting. Except for you, because you're a little rage-baited little bastard, aren't you? Can't wait to kill you. What am I looking at? Okay. Hamar either needs to kill that guy up there, or kill that guy up there. There's no other really alternative I have to this. And he's not gonna do it, is he? Well, if I fire enough shots, maybe. I injured your arms and your concentration didn't break? Rip Hamar. Yeah, it became broken. Yeah, you're on fire. Yeah, Hamar's going down. That's okay, it's all up to Rockty and me, and Cog, I guess. Yeah, I think they're just going to keep on coming. Okay, if she gets up here, I don't think she has line of sight to anyone apart from the guy I want dead. So, I'm going to make his life misery. Didn't even use a precise shot for it. Yeah, it's a nice little melee the up down there. Oh, I actually caused that. Never mind. I'm then going to have her do this and then shoot this. She should have enough damage to rip through that, I hope. That one's going to be a pain, and that one's going to be a pain. I'm hoping it isn't that I need to take all of them. But what I am going to do is move up here, and then... Could you get your bird to give us another 10% buff, please? Bonus points if you actually have a target I could buy you at. Actually, can you go for this? Yes, you can. Rockty, you are going to carry this for me. $22 to $33, that's all I need. Okay. And then for you... Yeah, we have line of sight, we don't have range. That's the problem. Okay. Take a step. And then I don't care what happens down there. In fact, I don't really care what happens anywhere. Because Cog's gonna stand by here and get ready. Actually, yeah, you have a gun. Tried. Hamar's still ignited. Somehow alive at this turn. This could be funny. Take a step. Patch yourself up. And then spray. Here comes another one. Yeah, I think this might be infinite, because it really wants you to shoot out the chains. Oh, unless every time one appears it damages a chain, but it just so happens that I've... Okay. For my next trick, you're going to run over here, touch this, because that helps me out. And then, I know that's right by there, but I'm gonna need you to stand somewhere. Target's too far, yeah, I'm gonna have to... Okay. That's good. It really is just going to come down to how many times can I get Laarthyr to do this before it all goes wrong. Oh hey, the legs are injured. Reduces movement by 5, so that isn't going to get to Laarthyr, which is what we wanted. And it's also bleeding for 24, which is pretty nice. She basically can't miss. And with the aimed shots on her turn, she can hopefully do something. Apparently you have line of sight to these targets here, which I find dubious. Take it. It's a 50-50. Thank you. 35 bleed. Actually, while we're at it... I wonder if we can get a morale win now. Maybe. It's going to take a long time to wear it all down. Okay, Laarthyr needs to take that one next. I think. I just realized that that's actually limited range. That's going to make a play for us. You have injured legs. You have movement at 5. How the fuck did you do that? Ooh, this game sometimes. You didn't even move anywhere near as far. Did it actually take damage? It did actually take some damage. God, I didn't even realize it was going to rip through him as well. Whoops. Can I pick you up? I need to get up here, don't I? Because that then funnels them. Good job me, I just took out the command which takes out the loop we were doing. Of my own side, and now we're going to lose morale because my commander's down. I mean, this is a wipe anyway. Because, yeah. How? What? Oh, Cog did a bunch and then that happened. Okay, so we have to take 2 of them out by the looks of it. Wait, that's it? We won the fight? How the fuck? That is just luck then. But okay, so you destroy 2 and you end the fight. Yeah, when we did that again, I was going to start back here, do what we did before. And then I was going to have Laarthyr run over here to shoot out that, and then the commander was going to run over this way with Laarthyr and hopefully set off this so that it would be boosting us, and then we would use the commander to shoot over here, or sorry, the acolyte to shoot over here, and then Laarthyr to keep on boosting everyone the way we were. I'm going to assume that if I go to missing persons... Would you look at that? The renegade Astartes' campaign of terror has perverted the true faith of the Emperor in Maris Portum, forcing many to inflict pain. Does this then lead to being able to choose the renegade Astartes' campaign of terror perverted the true... That's... There we go. That's the conclusion I wanted to draw. I've had it for ages, but I personally have had that conclusion for ages. Haven't been able to do it until now. Send that report. Oh, congratulations, I now hit level 6. What else is there to do? Explore the shrine in search of the tomb. This has to be the end, right? But, yeah, that little Laarthyr loop... I'm not going to bother leveling up, because I think there isn't really anything left. But the Laarthyr loop is something that is absolutely going to have to get, like, nerfed, because, yeah, okay, 5% doesn't sound that great, but we were getting to the point where Laarthyr was able to do regular shots and never miss, and was getting insane damage. And it, as I was kind of hoping, is that I get to the point then when I could be like, okay, we're not going to use her thing to build up anymore. We're just going to precise aim, neck, precise aim, neck, precise aim, neck. And remember that every time the bleed gets to a threshold, or whenever the health falls to the bleed threshold, we execute. Should be able to have enough accuracy to consistently do that. Bonus points as well, actually, if we had the thing for her, which I'm going to do her level up just to sort of show it. Oh, we get another specialization. 30% more damage to enemy armor. Place suppression. Tactical movement. Have some more damage to enemies with zero armor. Perception bonus. Okay, so this is pretty nice to look at, actually. Suppression do again? Int penalty. I mean, you do build int, you are a, operator. We could also reduce the damage they deal. Or you can just go straight into this. Where we can just strip the morale from them. We'll go anti-armor just to whatever. Elimination's pretty good. That's also pretty good. I mean, it doesn't really matter what I pick here. I thought it would let me look at the sounds. There's one that's like... I forgot what I was trying to find out. The morale one. That she has that's unique, where if she hits certain body parts, she gains a flat bonus to morale. And so you could just take, like, that one, and every time you hit, like, head, neck, head, neck, head, neck, eyes, neck, she'd end up getting fueled by morale to a disgusting degree. Doesn't really matter what I pick. Seems like she doesn't have an ability here. It would be nice if I could see the full list of what she could have learned to see which one we could have put Yuka's tear onto. I keep calling it Yuka's tear, not Yuka's tear. Good to see how this works. That is great though. But knowing what I know now, I think I would rather take the one where I gain morale, but just hitting hits. Why is it that you were able to do the thing? No idea. Could have also just been boosting her damage. Alright, let's have a look around. We have to be at the end, surely. I'm gonna put another save in. Where can I possibly go for fucking doing this searching? Oh, that'll do it. Let's go because we see a free tome. It's a prison. Can we read it? We can. A structure will operate an ancient defense system designed to prevent entry of what... Stone plus steel, seals of eternal service, candles of redemption, you find across the tech but not a single son of reverence for the saint inside. I need a Sarco key. Support within the sarcophagus. Maybe there is a bit more combat to do in this. Where would I find that key? Is it in here? No. Man, now I feel like I shouldn't have done Rock T's level up the way I have. Shuriken Pistol of Suffering. Oh, it removes dot to deal damage? I don't like that, because we're sort of built for dot. Let's go have a look at this rebel. Cool, we're not going anywhere. There's apparently still loot, and I need a key. What's this? Ancient scripture. I'll take it. Take this just to clear that out of the thing. God, has a wild guess that this is. It's so weirdly coming in here might actually be the best play. I don't know how easy it is for anything to get across here during combat. Probably gonna find this key. Oh, can I actually get to the Confessor? Because it says there's dead bodies over there. And I clearly don't have a... I don't think I have a key anyway. Unless it's inside of here. I just didn't do a good job of looking around. Warden's Revelations. No, it's alive. Heretic or traitor. This is his prison. I'm his inmate. We are jailers. Yep, that's what we just gathered. Someone try to leave. Ah, held up. We got goods over here. Sarco key. Writings of Eminent Balthazar. He got corrupted, is what I'm gleaning from that? Yeah, he did. Bunch of sacred candles. Ha! Let's open the giant sarcophagus. Light the fire of redemption. Recite the litany of pacification. Destroy the thing. I'm going to put a pause here because the ads are running. I'm going to pause the recording as well. I'm going to go get some water. And by the time I'm done, the ads should be finished and we'll see the rest of this cutscene. I don't think it's fair to go through all of this and then have that blocked by the ads. We're not at the end of the alpha. There's still a little bit to go. Can I actually open this? Castellan's ring. Kind of obvious who that goes to. Who doesn't yet have a ring? Go. You're in the realm of Mlit focus. Find Mlit. Do not look at the reflections, Acolyte. God, I might actually need to recover. Quick save, because if I have to do everyone's level up, we will. I just heard the noise. Don't look at the reflections. We're just gonna leave. What a nice little maze I found myself in. Oh, that's a dead end. Right? Chief, that's a dead end. Also, everyone's moving really slow. Let me guess. This place changes as I move through it? No. Okay, so here we were. The other side definitely looks like a dead end. Shug says don't get caught by ads. Subscribe today. No, that's alright. People don't have to subscribe. Let's say I'm not in this for, like, money or anything. So I just need to, like... What am I doing? Oh, this is a false... Nope. I have no idea where I'm supposed to go. Is it that I'm supposed to light up certain things? Yeah, I can't move any faster. Yes. It's an ominous glow. Yeah, there's a way out, but there's glowed purple over here. Let me guess, I'm not supposed to come back this way, it's a bad idea, it's an optional fight. Doesn't matter where I go. Cass says toss a coin to you, Marwol. No, 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 no. It's fine. Ah yes, the reliable lasgun trophy of the horrific crystal mines. That being in Quake 2 again. No bugs to report this time, actually. End? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, I think the Owlcat engine might be struggling a bit there. Where are we? Unavailable. Can we communicate with anybody? What about the Auspex? Not much to choose from, so we go with the energy sources. This... Oh, my camera is, like, locked to my character. I can't, like, not be locked. No signal makes sense. This definitely reminds me of some of the sections of Bolt Gun. Like the end of the first episode where you go into the... I think it is a fortress monastery, and it's shattered, and you go through the different portals, and you got all the perspective changes and everything else. And I think there you see some crystals like this. I mean, this is pretty linear. I think I know where we're going. There's Laarthyr. Laarthyr, you doing good? You right over there? Okay, well if I just click him, my character knows where to run, so we're... Apparently I know where I'm going. Oh, everyone's on their own little area. It seems... Yet I could path towards Laarthyr. I'm curious if this is just the end of the alpha as it is at the moment, or if this is actually what comes after doing the tomb in the full game. Of course, we're not going to know that until the full release, but... This is pretty cool. I like the little, like, the glass effect of the... Well, yeah, that is just... obsidian glass, basically. Who are you? Who are any of you? Oh, is this my mentor? Yes. Of course one of them's called Persephone. Why wouldn't they be? What do you want from me? That is a placeholder portrait, because that portrait is available for character creator in Rogue Trader. When I chose to fulfill the duty. Yeah, I don't care, Zev. You're not real. Knowing the consequences, we should go back and make a different choice. I failed to withstand it. What's done is done. I'll stick to it. There's always a chance. Persephone Shkrike? Shkreek? That is a badass art, I'm going to be honest. That's a really good art. There is always a chance I could have been better. Wait, have you been watching my Terror from the Deep playthrough, Persephone? There is no better way. Comprehensive. All that remains is to match the words, the actions, then go, then do what my heart tells me. My heart tells me that I should probably put a round in all of you, but I don't think I have the choice. Oh, I hate not having camera control here. Does it matter which door I choose? Laarthyr? Is this your section? No, it just leads to an entirely... Opens with special rings. Okay, so I'm not supposed to be over this side yet. I'm supposed to go through the other door. Okay. Accept the inevitable? How about I don't? How about I don't? That was pretty cool, though. Unloading the area and then going. I don't have a ring to open that, I don't think. Oh, if I had a ring to open it, would it? Maybe. Maybe I just have to accept the inevitable. Yeah, I've got no other choice here. Ah. Oh, I see. We do this and it makes ways to move around. Oh, I thought it would rotate each one. Okay, it doesn't. Fun little puzzle. I just have to get over to the other side. I assume to the goods where the ring is. Where does this open? Yeah, that looks like progress. Aha. Crystallize Aquila. What? It'll take that. Maybe that's not the way I go. Yeah, I got a guy with an actual key over there. That might have been it, Marwol. Maybe go for the key? The ring key? Does this let me get straight out? Thing over there. It's the upper half of Adeptus Mechanicus Tech Priest. Oh! The lower half is what we found in the excavation site. So we're definitely in the warp then. Oh well, how'd you reach that conclusion? Teleporters open gateways to and from places by tearing a hole through the warp. It's not like actual travel because, sorry, space travel, because you don't need a Geller field, you're not in there for so long, you need protection from it. It's still kind of risky, anything to do with the warp always is. However, let's use Terminators. I realize that people who don't know 40k are going to get lost here, but I'm going to try to explain this as best as I can. Terminators are highly specialized, highly trained elite infantry for Space Marines. Both Chaos and Regular have them. Their armor is made in a way where they can survive very, very brief sprints through the warp, which is why they are the ones who are able to use teleportation in order to deep strike into positions. That very, very, very brief protection from the warp from the suits is why they're able to do it. If you try to teleport anyone else through, they run the very likely risk that that sort of thing could happen to them. And when we found this body, I probably said something along the lines of, oh, there's scorch marks on the floor, it's in a circle, that's probably a teleportation. He was probably positioned there when something came down. I know there's been other scorch marks in different places, like the place where we found the evidence that the Night Lords had been around. I think I brought up there the idea of, like, hey, there's always, like, warp stuff around. So him being here is... yeah, I'm pretty sure someone teleported. They were obviously got through fine. He didn't. Probably unintentionally was just there and they just telefragged him, basically. Hey, look, we're going inside the... ooh, really nice interior. I like this a lot. Who's your interior decorator? Hailing the Bastions of Apprentice. Turn off the Vox. They're not going to hear me. Oh, very fancy. Very... a lot of Milicentia. The other Septima the Cleanser. Let me guess. Pick a side. Puritan or not. The other one. The hours come to deliver the cleansing flame to this den of heresy. What nonsense they speak. Let me get... yeah, it's going to be Puritan... radical. That's what it is. Puritan versus radical. We've sort of been leaning towards radical in the way we've played. The entire Habzone is mired in wickedness. The shrine of Sibelius lies besmirched by corruption, stripped of their temple. There lies any chance of redemption. He was corrupted from the beginning. It was a prison. Septima is blinded. Consumed by anger and locked inside a dogmatic... correct. Sister, I have something to say to you. What do you want? Let's try for the diplomacy. And of course we're not going to convince her. Doubt it. Of course. What truth do you mean? There is the triumph of humanity, is his healing from all misfortune. Somehow I intimidated her. But we're going to start with Millicentili on this. As I say, we've been more radical than Puritan. We've been Puritan with a few things, but radical across the board is probably the best way to say it. For example, Rakti and the way we handled the entirety of the Kroot is very radical, not Puritan. There's nothing over here either. I guess we just go back the way we came. Oh. Oh, now it's a full-blown maze. Again, I wish this stayed at the bottom and didn't get lost in its tracking. Are we looping, or are we actually in a maze? That looks like the way out over there. Judging by how it just ends. Okay. Go this way. Dead end. This whole sequence is pretty cool. Cass says they hate motherfucking mazes in the motherfucking games, just like Samuel said about snakes on Friday. No, he didn't say about snakes. He said he hates them on their Monday to Friday, the monkey fighting snakes on this Monday to Friday plane. I love that safe for TV edit so much. I might try to get that edit. You know what? Put the marker in. I'm gonna see if I can get that edit of the safe for TV snakes on the plane speech as a redeem. Oh, interesting. The crystal is generating spherical patterns. Well, warp crystals could do all sorts of things, I guess. Got exhausted workers. Workers Zara, Foreman, Marto. I'm guessing these are people I will encounter in the beta or full game. Is any of this real or not? So this is something. What's happening here? Whatever we're saying is getting repeated by one of these two. I said, "Can you hear me?" Zara spoke. I said, "What's happening here?" Marto spoke. Hardship is an excuse to lose their humanity. See, a random worker said that one. Say, this is cool. They died the day after. They got taken the day after is probably the better way to say that. Oh, that's interesting. So it's doing this sort of a mind thing to everyone. Same as Laarthyr is probably talking to himself as well, but we can't see it because I'm not close enough. Lead the souls out of the abyss, return to the path. So I'm going to guess this is supposed to be somebody else, but they're not going to put the name in yet of who it's supposed to be. But he is a, Corsair. So I'm assuming kind of along the same lines as how... Redacted. Along the same lines as how... I can't remember her name. Juliet? There we go. Was trying to do something, trying to find her people, and they were lost and blah blah blah. I guess his people have been lost, and they're probably stuck in the warp, and he's trying to find a way to call to them to guide them out. Is how I'd assume that's going to pan. Hamar has survivor's guilt. The balls on Hamar, that's why he stays in the party. Sorrow apparently is talking to himself. No, he's praying to the Emperor. Hello, Cog and Hidden. Interesting that says hidden. Deliberately hidden. The bugs chewed up... Okay, so are you talking about Tyranids or actual bugs? Get in the transport, don't keep us waiting. Curious what this is. Is it him just being reassigned, or... Cog probably doesn't understand what happened there. I don't understand what happened to Cog. What's her name isn't here, but I assume the medic is probably on this bit. Surrounding the analysis. Contact the ship or companions. I should keep... Something spooky up ahead. Oh, I like this. Is it gonna suddenly go wah? Oh, it is. So kind of sort of go wah at us. I know sooner or later this moment will come. The moment I would look into my own eyes. Who are you? Did I pass off for humanity or fortitude? You're the only sentient thing here. Why are you stalking me? The spawn of the Tyrant Star, the one I encountered aboard Sholtus's Valor? What is this place? The way that the reflection is talking to us is a lot like, and this is a really weird comparison to make, Max Payne 2 with the Destination Unknown TV series that you can watch during the game. Weirdly, the way that that character speaks in that one, which is kind of a parody of Max Payne in the way it's written. It makes sense when you see it. This kind of reminds me of that. Just like, A, the sort of writing style of Max Payne 1 and 2, but also B, specifically, the really strange way that Destination Unknown is. Where's my team? My answer will be no. Oh. Is everyone alright? Hima's okay. All good, Commander. Give me details. Wait, so we were the only ones to go through that? Laarthyr can detect it. Can we advance? Okay, I don't remember how it is that I unbind my camera view from this. Bone Warden. Immune to any damage dealt from outside the side dome. At the start of each turn, the Acolyte and the allies suffer damage and... Okay, so get under the dome. Focus down the Bone Warden. Right, so in that case, we need to do the level ups. We also need to do medkits. That'll improve the damage you deal there. Demoralize? No. Let's go with attack buff specialist. What do you have? Hit chance is increased. Deal additional damage. Okay. More morale gain if they kill anything up close. Attack debuff. Suppression, suppression, suppression. Okay. Demoralize. Shame. Maybe? Or this one, we just improve the hit chance, and then that means we can crit easier. This also means we can build up. Ally defense, skill test. Whenever an ally kills an enemy for the first time on their turn, all allies, the allies' influence gain +1 morale. Could be good. Hold fast could be good. Just give morale. This builds its own morale. Do that. Hey Ma. I'm gonna give you anti-armor specialist. Corrosion could be nice. But you don't have anything like that you could throw on? Piercing volley. %% more is probably a better way to go. Sanctic. What do we got with this one? Defense and morale. Easy. Easy choice. We already have a demoralize. We don't need another one. I mean, it is a good option as well to throw that onto him because he does cause willpower tests, but we'll worry about that later. Sanctic. Okay, I have two things here that improve veil degradation. I don't care. Oh, here we go. This couldn't help me put things on fire. This can affect a sail. So can this. We need a way for him to set people on fire. This means Molten Beam could do it, but a sail has a longer reach. And we could also put it onto the other things as well. So, inflame it is. There we go. I need you to... I was going to hopefully give you the morale thing. Let's see, what can he give you? Reduces damage dealt. Could immobilize. There's the chance to hit. Go with the heavy armor restoration. You get precise attacks, so you don't get the demoralization either. That's a real shame. Oh, there we go. Gain morale with hitting certain body parts. This is what I was trying to talk about earlier with Rock T. She can get access to this from the start. Take this. We can... Nothing I want there. Second attack per turn, no. Improve someone's durability. If you kill someone, get another AP. This we put it onto a single target. Done. Alright, let's do this. There's a lot of things that are nearby that aren't quite dead yet. It goes first, then everyone goes except I go last. For some reason, these two are already, like, pretty low down on morale. I want Laarthyr here already. Rakti. Sorrow. You know what, who's not much as Cog. Cog's gonna have an awkward time trying to get through. Okay, that's fine. Out of interest, can you precise hit a stone totem? Yes. That's funny. Rakti. What did I just give to this? Precision attacks. Okay, well, we can't do a precision attack this turn. Or this round, even. That'll do. That's nice. Alright, Cog, start bashing it. Just want to double check I haven't misunderstood the sidearm. Immune to any damage dealt from outside the sidearm. At the start of each turn, we take damage and lose morale. That's okay. Get Rakti inside. Oh, we're in a damage race for sure. There's no dead bodies. There's no point in that. Actually, there is a little bit of a point doing that. Yeah, it's gonna hazard a wild guess you wouldn't be able to bleed it. That puts more stacks on, right? Yes. Oh, we can bleed the rock. Okay. Changes things up a bit. Yep, we're back at this again. $29 bleed. We could do this at the stacks, but we'll lose some damage if we do. Do you even have the health to survive getting it? You do? Oh no, you're slightly outside, aren't you? Yeah, we're slightly outside. I can't score on a rock. Heal her then. How are you not inside the fuck? How are you at? What? Okay, somehow we missed. Okay, have we got what Sundered actually gives us? Negates the damage reduction. Okay, bird it. There's no way she's going to be able to kill this. Pretty good bonus damage, though. How have I got this thing on Lost Battle? 63. Okay, we're in a chance. We've got it. I'll tell you why we've got it. We don't got it. That I left the thing on, and I was like, oh, we could do the thing and then bird it. There we go. Executed. Yet again, carried by the Kroot. And we're done. That's not the verdict I picked. That is not the verdict I picked. Hold on. I need to pause the recording. We now return to this. On the trail, spider on the Warshaper, and assist. This one is correct. Oh, they just take out the whole thing? Shame. My mission is complete. I guess it's survey time. How much is this going to dox me? Oh, it actually opens it in a completely different window. In that case, I will finish that in my own time. I'm going to pan this back over. And that means I've actually now finished the alpha. I really was close to the end of the alpha. It was just one stream. Which means that the next Tuesday stream is going to be No More Heroes. Because we've still got that to get through. But, I guess it's time for closing thoughts. I think all I could do at this point is repeat what I've said before. The RPG, the going around doing the investigation, finding and drawing your conclusions, seeing what matches up, seeing what doesn't, I think is really already showing promise, and I can't wait to see how it further develops. I can't wait to see how your reports end up affecting things. The characters, I like them a lot at the moment. Laarthyr, mechanically and story-wise, I think is probably my favourite. Cog is lovable because it's an Ogryn. How can you not find an Ogryn kind of like, aw, adorable in some way, shape, or form? Like, oh, he's doing his best. He is fantastic. I love him. Laarthyr, I feel, is at the moment written exactly the same way as every other Eldar we've ever seen in a 40k game, but a lot of them tend to start out from the same point. It's just then how they develop. Yuliet, for example, unfolded in a kind of interesting way. Marajai was operating from a different area of superiority, but kind of stuck to it, but also showed us a different side of, well, showed us the Dark Eldar, the Drukhari side of things. Laarthyr is, yet again, hey, I'm better than you, Monkai. Aren't I much better than you, Monkai? But I have some deep dark thing that I need to work on, which we'll get more development on that one eventually. Can't speak much to the Chirurgeon. We sort of dumped her the instant we had a full party and I had to psycho somebody out. Haymar seems like he's kind of interesting, but also that his characterization may be in the prologue section, which we don't have access to. Septima is pretty by the numbers Puritan Sister of Battle. Millicentilia is Radical Inquisition. They don't have to be anything more than that. It's just, here's side A, side B. Here's the ways your character can go. Pick your allegiance. Baron... here's the downside of me having such a long break between doing part 2 and part 3. I don't remember too much about the Baron. Ecrimus, I feel like me doing things the order I did sort of broke that, so we can't speak much to Ecrimus. I'm gonna keep calling him Ecrimus because, let's face it, at the end of the day, he was a piece of shit. Speaking of which, the hardest fight, bar none, for me, I think without a doubt, with any sort of, oh, what a surprise, the Iron Tree. The Iron Tree is... I think it's... I might be about to repeat what I think I said at the time, which is I think it's slightly overtuned, and it relies on the morale system, which I've said everything I can say on that one. There is a lot of promise for Dark Heresy. There's a lot of things I love. The only detractor I have is combat. I think we've gone too hard in the other direction compared to Rogue Trader, which is surprising because Kingmaker to Wrath of the Righteous was... There was a noticeable step up in difficulty, but if you'd played through Kingmaker and managed to get to the hidden act, then you are probably competent enough to be able to adjust to Wrath of the Righteous pretty quick and then sail through. I say this having played it on normal, not core, which I know some people have a grievance with, but also Wrath is also known for being much more difficult than anything else Alucard has made. I think Dark Heresy might be giving a Wrath of the Righteous... In its current state, Dark Heresy, I think, gives Wrath of the Righteous a run for its money. But it's sort of hard to compare because Wrath of the Righteous has had years of development and has now finished. This is an alpha. We're not quite there yet. Won't be there for a while. But overall, I am absolutely glad that I got in on the alpha. I have, like, as much as I hate the combat, I haven't really regretted any of this. Yeah, the combat puts me off a bit, but that's fine. As I will repeat again and again, things will change, things will improve, things will get rebalanced, rethought, reviewed, and we'll see where it goes. But we are done. Shook says, are they batting for a 2026 release? No idea. I would go with no, because this is alpha, we still have a beta to get through, and then we have the full release. And I don't know how quickly they cycle through that, because I wasn't on Rogue Trader. I got into Rogue Trader after Void Shadows dropped. Actually, that brings me to a weird point. I've said a few times that the next time Owlcat released the DLC for Rogue Trader, we do another playthrough. I don't know when we can slot that in. I can see the ads arriving, you little shit. You're not getting anywhere near this. Get snoozed. I don't know when I'd be able to drop in Rogue Trader with the... I've made this prediction a few times. I'm gonna stick to it. I am 90% sure this DLC they're dropping, the Museum of Morarian or whatever it's called. What is it called? Pull up Steam. Go to Rogue Trader. And then we're looking for the Infinite Museum. I am 90% sure, again it's a prediction I made a few times, Owlcat for Pathfinder Kingmaker eventually made a roguelike mode, or roguelite mode, that integrated into the main campaign, but you could also play it standalone. That was the Tenebrous Depths. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous had a roguelite mode that integrated into the main campaign and had a standalone campaign you could also do that was called the Midnight Heart, I think it was, or Heart of Midnight. Midnight Isles, there we go, the Midnight Isles. Rogue Trader doesn't have one yet, but I'm pretty sure this DLC or the next one is going to be another roguelite DLC that adds in to the main campaign and probably has another standalone that you can just do if you want to just do it. And given that it is like, oh, you're going into... What does it actually say here? Delve into a secret vault curated by Trazyn the Infinite himself. Discover Trazyn's obsession with the Von Valancius dynasty and choose whether to disrupt or fulfill his plans. Explore a glimpse of his fabled collection, claim priceless relics, and face off against guardians that defy understanding. A new companion joins your retinue with a distinct combat style that reshapes battlefield tactics. Brings a new questline, a new mechanic, implants that can be used strategically in battle, and a deeper dive into Necron conflict. If they were going to put it in anywhere, it would probably be here. I don't know what the other DLC is called, but I can find it by looking at the, I think it's the Season Pass. Has it listed? Processional of the Damned. Venture into the Processional. Here we go. This, if it's not Infinite Museum, it's definitely this one. I've just read the first line. Venture into the Processional, a massive otherworldly graveyard of ships lost to the void. What begins as a search for riches into a descent into the unknown turns into a descent into the unknown. Navigate shifting corridors, avoid ancient traps, and uncover strange truths that defy logic. A new companion joins your crew, someone shaped by the impossible place. The expansion introduces new story, mysterious region, unique enemies, and fresh gameplay mechanics. That is probably going to be the roguelite one. And that's apparently coming out somewhere between July and September. Museum's had its teaser drop. That's dropping April to June. I'm going to bank on it being closer to June. Again, I don't know when we'll be able to slot that in. But, as Kaz says, they're probably aiming for a 2027 to 2028 release. Shook says hope no earlier than 2027. I think it's safe to say this is appearing next year. If we might get the beta some point around autumn, I think I might have said that earlier. I don't have any inside line on that information. I'm just assuming if the alpha's been around since, what was it, November that it dropped, December, then it's probably safe to say roughly a year after, so around autumn, is probably going to be beta. We'll see, and then probably about a year after that, or shorter. So, some point in 2027 I'd expect this to release, but we'll see. We will see. if it does release next year, that's going to make it easier to schedule.